Honk. That's what I'm talking about. What's going on, everybody? Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome, everybody, to a Saturday night stream, because it's Saturday night. What's going on, everyone? I hope everyone is doing well. It is 7:40 p.m., 7:42 p.m. Eastern on August 7th, 2021, and we are all here for, let me turn off the intro video thing so it doesn't start playing when I come back to this screen. But we are all here for some Neverwinter Nights 2 complete. We beat a look, we took out a red dragon last night. We took out a bunch of fire giants last night. The question is, what can we possibly do to overcome that? I can only imagine what the today's session may bring. I haven't fought a Tarask yet, you know. I mean, like, I assume that's in the offing somewhere. I'm just kidding. I actually hope I don't fight a Tarask tonight. That would be, actually, it'd be kind of cool, but I don't know. Level 17 party against... we'll see. Anyway, I hope everyone's doing well. Before we go any further, just a couple of quick reminders. If you haven't done so already, please follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube channel with !ArvTube. We've had some good set of subscriptions coming on there over the last week or so, which is great. I am really trying to get that over 1,000 subscribers. It is free to you to do, but it is very helpful to me and to the channel. So if you're able to do that, that would be very much appreciated. So again, if you could subscribe over there, that would be lovely. !ArvTube for that. !ArvCord is the Discord where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. !ArvTweets is the Twitter where I always post when I'm going live and such. !ArvTweets and arvanelaron.com is the website for that. On the financial side, !ArvShop is the merchandise area where you can always get stuff for Infinity and Beyond and Adventures in Middle-earths and soon to be Esper Genesis stuff over there, merchandise-wise as well. That helps support the channel and gets you some cool swag also. Arv Treon is the Patreon, currently sitting at 21 patrons, $198 per month. Again, we had someone who had to drop down here, but I'm hoping that we'll get some more people who will be willing to step up and jump on board because you can inspire, you can gain inspirations to help the players in our tabletop games. You can get a lot of other cool stuff, as well as the channel moving towards channel goals like another Arvanaut Idol contest and another Talisman tournament and all that kind of good stuff. So if you're able to support the channel by doing that, that would be lovely. !ArvTrey on there. And you can sub to the channel, and subbing to the channel gives you those awesome custom sub badges and emotes and things like that. Again, we've got more sub badges on the way. Shadow Mage is working on a whole new set of sub badges, and those should be popping up soon, so you'll be able to get some of those and get access to those if you jump on board. So please consider doing so. Again, that really does help the channel, and again, you can get inspirations to help the players too. On the publishing side, !Icarus is my Icarus graphic novel with Athos Arts. Library is Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, which is my 5e adventure and source book from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And both Alligator Alley and Athos Arts are going to be involved in my big Greyshade Kickstarter, !Greyshade KS, which is launching 3 weeks from Tuesday. So we are running rapidly through. It's hard to believe that we are literally a week into August already. Like, that is just mind-blowing in terms of how fast the days and the weeks go. But that is the case. So please make sure to jump on board and support us and be ready for that Greyshade Kickstarter. I'm going to be talking more about that, of course, as we get closer. It is crazy, right, Garlic? It's just nuts. I will say that revisions have been done on the Greyshade novel, which has been sent off. So I've now had edits from E.D.E. Bell. I've had edits from John Helfers. I am now waiting one last thing, which is a sensitivity read, and I'll make some adjustments there. And then the manuscript at that point will be pretty much ready to go, and it will be laid out by the incredible people at Athos Arts. That book is coming out separate from the Kickstarter, but it is leading in, you might say, or it is one aspect, I guess, of the world which the Kickstarter is introducing, which is going to include 3 books, a tabletop role-playing game, a board game, and an audiobook by our own Trendane Sparks. You read half of it today? Oh my goodness, Garlic. John did a great job. John had a lot of edits. But of course, you also had a lot of great edits, as I mentioned. And actually, I'm not going to talk about this yet, but when the book comes out and I start sort of doing, talking to some people about it at cons and otherwise, actually, Garlic Tofu added, Garlic Tofu made one, and she will know what this is, one enormously helpful suggestion. Like, I mean, all of her suggestions were great, but there was one suggestion in particular which substantially alters one component of the book in a very positive direction. And it was one of those things where she suggested it, and I was like, Of course, that is exactly what I should. That's a great idea. That's brilliant. Yes, I'm on board. So I'm very lucky, very very lucky to be surrounded by really talented editors. And obviously I've worked with John before. John's a great editor, and I'm just So yes, I'm very excited about this book. I'm proud of it, and I think with that and with the team that we've got in place, I think it's going to be real good. So I am very excited for it. So anyway, that's happening August 31st. Launching an IP, y'all. That is bizarre. Like strange to me, but wonderful to think of all of these talented people working on something which I originally created. So it's going to be great. Shadow Crew Adventures. Yes, I know. Echo, you've got to see whether or not everyone else in the crew is on board, because I know you've been pushing this Shadow Crew Adventures thing. And I'm very glad that you are proud of the amazing work that you do as part of the community D&D team. I just need to make sure that they're cool with it. Like, is it Shadow Crew Adventures? Is it Roderick, the final chapter? Is it ISIL Book Learning and You? I mean, like Book Learning and You, a saga of, whatever it's called, Immovable Rod Saga. Like, I need to know exactly what, the components of this thing are going to be. But no, speaking of community D&D, you will see some of that coming up on Wednesday night, I believe. We have got, or no, we do not have Wednesday. Do we have it? Is it coming up this Wednesday or the next Wednesday? In This Together, Never Apart. Is it next Wednesday or is it this Wednesday? Let me check. No, it's next Wednesday. Okay, so it's next. So it's a week from this Wednesday. You will see more of Community D&D. But these folks are really great. They have a lot of fun, and it's been fun. And I think running longer maybe than Shadow Mage originally thought it would. But the group has good chemistry with each other, and it's a lot of fun to watch. And this last session in particular was kind of fun, just as the group just blew through this particular bad guy that they were dealing with, and then it's like, then they have, cliffhanger that they've got to deal with after that. So it's going to be cool. I'm looking forward to watching more of it myself. Anyway, so yes, Gray Shade KS again for details about the Gray Shade Kickstarter. As always, !BLM. Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance of Black lives. And ! Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others who need help and to reach out to others if you need help as well. Actually, I think I may have said you help twice. Reach out to others when they and you need help. That's the point. Now, quick note on schedule. We've got Neverwinter Nights 2 coming again tonight. Then tomorrow, we have the return of the Speculate Twitch joint event of Brandon O'Brien with the Merry Strange Friends crew of Yori Kusano and Yoi Gawain Lin and Valerie Valdez and, of course, Michael Underwood in the Case of the Cindered Seal. So we've got Blades in the Dark, Case of the Cindered Seal coming at you tomorrow. We'll be off on Monday. On Tuesday, we have Adventures in Middle-earth coming your way, and then more Celasta, Crown of the Magister. Off Wednesday, Thursday. Then Friday, we have Esper Genesis, and Saturday, D&D with Infinity and Beyond, Eberron, Oracle of War is coming back at you. So very excited. It's going to be great, and I'm excited to do it. Well, I mean, listen, Triffid, I think the cool thing about that, and I've told this story before. Actually, before I do that, I'm going to take off this intro and take that off, and I'm going to turn that on because there's no reason for, me to be sort of not speaking. So, hi, everybody. One thing that I want to say about that is that, remember, Triffid came to this first, Echo had been a longtime viewer beforehand, as had Rock God and, of course, Shadow Mage, obviously, for a very long time as well. The only one that I didn't know before this, actually, was No Quarter TV, was Hoodie, who Shadowed knew very well and was a mod on his channel also. And he's been great. I mean, I'm actually a huge fan of Hoodie's role-playing. But, all of the others I knew, and what I love about it is that all of them, at one point or another, had played D&D with viewers with me. So at one point, I think it was, I want to say, I know that Shadowed Mage and Triffid played with me in a D&D with viewers event, and I don't know if you were on that one with them initially. I don't think so. But then, and I had played with Rock God before with D&D with viewers, and then everybody sort of came together. It wasn't. Okay, so it was just the two. And then everybody came together and, shadow cast it, and it just has come together really nicely. It's a thing I think it's got its own niche. I think people really like that kind of every other Wednesday experience. And it's their own crazy crew that does all these cool shenanigans. So I really love that. I love, as I said, having what I wanted for this channel, what I've always wanted, is to build a community in which I am obviously a central part of it, but I'm not the only part of it. And I love the idea that I can have other people featured, and that includes things like Shadowed with DMing that particular game. It includes Brandon O'Brien with the two things that he runs now, Soundclash the Clampdown and Blades in the Dark, and of course Rebel Crown that Mike runs as well. So I love being able to have this stuff hosted that doesn't involve me. Yeah, that's all part of just building a larger community than any of us individually, right? Which is part of the point. Also, while I'm on the subject quickly, and then I want to get into the game today, just a quick reminder that we have a poetry reading coming up. If any of you have been on Twitter and happen to have read an unfortunate poem that is making the rounds. I finally was like, I kept seeing people on my Twitter feed being like, this poem, oh my God, this poem, roll eyes, roll eyes. So I was like, all right. So I went and I found it, and yeah. So if you want to see actual poetry, if you'd like to, see actual good work and not garbage, may I suggest that you all mark your calendars for the 22nd, which is also a Sunday, in which Brandon O'Brien is going to be reading from his newly debuted Can You Sign My Tentacle book from Interstellar Flight Press, I believe, and is going to also have Valerie Valdez, and I think Brandon's editor, whose name has slipped out of my mind again, I am sorry, but is going to have a couple of other people as well. That's going to be happening on Sunday. We will be reading speculative poetry. They'll be talking about speculative poetry. We'll be chatting a little bit about that, and that's cool because I'm very excited to do stuff like that and hopefully more stuff like that over time. So if you want to see stuff of that nature and you're like, I would like to check this out and see what it's about, make a plan to be there for Sunday the 22nd. So that's going to be happening. The Man of Tentacles. I know apparently everyone who writes anything about cosmic horror is contractually obligated to at some point mention tentacles. Like apparently that's a part of the mix. But anyway, but I'm excited to do it. I have great admiration for Brandon's poetry, as I've said many times, and I am excited to see the full lineup of amazing stuff. So that's going to be good. Anyway, tonight though, we have got more Neverwinter Nights 2. I was thinking, literally, I know I had a good session the night before when I woke up this morning thinking, all right, so I'm going to be doing this. I was hanging out with my son, went to get breakfast with Mini Arv, and going to be hanging out here, doing this. And then tonight I'm going to be playing more Neverwinter Nights 2 complete. Like I was so excited to continue. And I want you all to know how hard it was to resist because I got done really late last night and I just shut the computer down and went to bed. But it was so tempting to be like, maybe I could just go back and finish the Iron Fist plot quest, and then I can sell my stuff, and then I can get the keep fully, outfitted, fully operational. But I didn't do it. I was a good boy. I didn't do any of those things. But tonight, we're going to start out. We're going to finish the Iron Fist business. We're going to go back and sell a ton of stuff. We're going to take our money. We're going to build up our keep to a freaking Tony Stark-style fortress. And then when that's all done, then we're going to go hit up the Wendersnaven with Grobnar. We're going to see if we can find out what the hell that's all about. And then we're going to go to the Mare, and we've got two groups that we have to recruit. We're looking to recruit the Druids. We'll need Eleni for that. And then the lizard folk, who are also near the Mare, and see if we can recruit them for a war against the King of Shadows. So listen, we beat a dragon and a giant in one day. Like I said, a set of giants in one day. How could it not be, how could it be anything but awesome? Let's see if we can surpass that this evening. So let's get to it. Who doesn't love a good vendoring, right? Listen, I would argue, and I have seen this happen, that if you get a long-running campaign, for example, that sometimes, like a tabletop campaign, there are times when that's one of the best sessions is the shopping session, right? Like where people are just like, oh man, that's so awesome. I wish I had insert piece of armor or weapon here. And they get really pumped up about it. And I it's cool because look, the stuff that you're getting, like people get excited when they get technology. This is probably the closest you can get to what it's like. But if you got like magic swords or armor or any of these things, you just be like, hell yes, I want to go shopping. This ain't shopping for blue jeans here, people. I mean, this is, serious stuff. I was, in fact, when I was on when Johnny Pittman was on with us about a week and a half ago for Esper Genesis and showed us the lightsaber that he had constructed at Galaxy's End at Disney World. Now, Florida right now is a colossal mess, and I'm not going to go within 500 miles of Florida right now. Florida is a disaster. But when Florida recovers, and I hope it's sooner rather than later, but when Florida recovers, I will fully admit I would like to go down to Galaxy's Edge. I could probably just go to California, I guess, and go to Disneyland, which I've never been to. And I would like, I understand, you know, it's pricey. I understand it's, you know, gimmicky. I straight up would love to freaking build my own lightsaber. Because lightsaber. Look at what's behind me, all right? Like, it's a lightsaber, basically. Like, it's got that feel. And, like, so much about it. So much about it. Wenchkin, what's going on, man? Oh, I have to let the game be at main menu? Oh, okay. I didn't realize that you were a big fan of that, Echo. I just thought it was loud for people, so I'll try to remember that next time. Okay, so here we are. Good to see you, Wenchkin. This, Wenchkin, is what a dragon's horde looks like after the dragon is dead. Oh, yeah. We got both the dragon and a bunch of fire giants. Thank you very much. And we're going to be doing the same damn thing. Oh, actually, just to be on the safe side, let's rest, shall we? What? We can't rest? Okay, fine. Only if it's a real working lightsaber. Yeah, Triffid, you know, listen, when you have a 5-year-old... I've shown you folks this before. I have 2 swords, which is the only thing that's close to a weapon in my house. I mean, I guess not counting kitchen knives, but the only thing I have that's really weapon-like, obviously I do not have and would never own a gun, but I have a couple swords, and one of them is unsharpened. That's the curved one I've showed before. But the katana is sharpened, and that's the thing that I've had literally, like, bound, tied. Like, it would take forever to get that thing untied because I'm so freaking paranoid about the prospect of, especially my child. Like, when I first had it, I was paranoid about the idea that that little Arv was going to get into it. Now that she's old enough that I'm not worried about her, but I'm still worried about him, I've still remained paranoid about that. So, like, yeah, real lightsabers. I do, Wenchkin. I had to actually, I fortunately had a lesser magic bag, which was just enough to allow me to carry what was necessary until right near the end of that particular section, and then I got a bigger one, so. Yeah, you know what I'm saying to Epic? Well, even like Luke, right? The first time he sees it, he's like, oh, it's for a more spirited age. And he's like, and the lightsaber, like, shoots up, like, 1 inch away from Obi-Wan's face. And he's just like, all right. Okay, we are traveling to another location because we've already done everything here. So I am going to go hit up the Iron Fist Stronghold. We're going to go get Kelgar's honor back. We're going to get the support of the Iron Fist. And I'm going to sell a metric ton of stuff. That's what we're doing. Hey, what's up, Cat 8 Canary? Well, I can sell stuff first. Let's do it. Sold. Let me have a look at your goods. Yeah. Oh, here we go again. Something about this merchant. Well, that's interesting. If I never noticed that. If you double click, it actually defaults into walking if you double click. Yeah, that's interesting. All right, now. Yeah. Here we go. 97,000 gold when it begins. Let's see how much. Take your bets, chat, on how much we'll have at the end. I'm selling everything almost everything you see here. I'm not selling these 3 things, but I'm selling almost everything here. So I start out with 97,000. What will I end with? That's the question. Yeah, I think I saw that, although I didn't have a chance to look at it closely, Echo, so I'll check a look at it again. But I know, okay, so here we go. So this is an example, right? So Terrence's Fell Axe, +4, +2 AC. Oh, man. You know, wait, I gotta check his stats. See, the problem here is that he's not... He has got greater weapon focus and power critical and improved critical with longsword. Yeah, I can't... Now, he does... Well, he has weapon focus in Great Axe. But he doesn't have power critical or improved critical. Yeah. No, I need to keep longsword. So, that means that we are looking at this. And actually, what I'm going to do is, I got a hand. I just realized, I think I made a mistake, didn't I? Oh, no, it's the same. Okay, good. So I don't have to worry about that. Goodbye to Terrence's fell axe.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Oh, no, I don't want to sell the Dwarven War Axe. That was his. Okay. Cutting Star. Let's sell that. I'm going to save the Silver Warhammer. Sowing Fields. Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm going to sell that. Nameless Light. That's nice, but it's going to be sold. So we're up to 160,000 gold so far, chat. The Waking Dragon. Okay. +4 Keen. Oh, man. Keen is so nasty. Yeah, but again, I can't give up that power critical. It's too late in the game to do that, so. $190,000 gold. Now, will I get to 200,000 is the question. What do you think, chat? I might get to 20,000 before I get to the second freaking row right there. There it is. 223,000 gold. And we are still keeping on, keeping on. What is the Ring of Sorcerer's Power? Yeah. Gonna sell 3 Fire Giant heads. I wonder if I'll hit 300,000. Be close. Oh, that might have done it right there. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh man. Like this is just insta retire right here. Like there's just no. Wow. 313,000 freaking gold.
Yes.
Let's go. That is going to be enough, people. That has got to be enough to fill out everything else with the keep. I mean, like, really. In fact, at this point, I can even look and see what else they've got. Like, what else do we have? Shield of the Void. +4. Immunity to spell by level. Level 2 or lower. Immunity.
Yes.
Alright, he's got the Shield of the Holy, right? +5 AC and 30 fire resistance. It would have been nice if I had that before I went to the dragon. It's just so good, though. Okay. +5. Look at the maximum dexterity bonus. The dexterity bonus is 5? Holy Christmas.
I am listening.
I think I have to buy that. I think that's too good.
Yes.
AC 28? Yeah, I thought that might be close. Okay, that's fine, that's fine.
Yes.
Because it would still be useful for me. She can also use that? Nah.
How can I help?
Nah, I don't want her to have that. All right.
I am listening.
Then it comes to me. So, True Strike, which I don't use much anyway, +2. Or... this 35... Of course, now watch. 30 fire resistance. That, of course, means... You realize what this means. It means that I am now never freaking going to find... Like, I am never going to find again a freaking fire dragon or anything. Everything's going to be just ice from now on. That's how this goes down. Man. That 30 fire resistance and the +5 AC. That is good. Is good. Okay, wand of missiles, nobody cares. Okay, good. Thank you. So we come out of it with 212,000. Right, yeah, exactly, Sparkly. What's up, Nonstop? Well, we're in the final act and we're making very good progress. Okay. So now we go now we've sold all this stuff. Now we go talk to them and get this stuff resolved. Hey, if everybody wouldn't mind.
I need someone to guard me. I need someone to guard me. I need someone to guard me. I need someone to guard me.
Thank you. All right, so now we go turn in the iron whatchamacallit quest. Iron Fist quest here. Get our allies. And then we move on to, if I can get through the door. There we go. And then we go back to the keep. We set up everything else for the keep with our new money. And then we go deal with the Wenderslaven. All right. Guess what, boss man?
Kelgar. And I was just starting to have an acceptable day.
Guards, remove this deserter from my sight.
Kelgar holds the right to rule, Karos.
What nonsense is this? More insults.
I was so appalled by his insult that I decided to drink water into my lungs. All right, gives us the right to challenge you.
Impossible. The belt has long been lost.
Actually, it's quite snug around my waist at the moment. Can't quite see it over the gut fully, but it's there.
Guards, throw this traitor out. We have no use for your lies.
So it comes down to this. You're going to refuse me the right of rule, after all your claims of devotion to the Iron Fist clan? All right, then. I'll prove it to you, since your head is so full of rocks.
Here we go. Big vision energy lifting the hammer of Thor here.
Hope I don't make a fool out of myself with this.
If anyone deserves to lift that hammer, Kelgar, it's you.
Glad to see someone has some faith for both of us. Here goes.
Ha-ha!
What do you know? It actually worked! You see that? I got the hammer of Iron Fist right here, light as a feather! Well, if it weighed 100 stones.
The one who holds the hammer of Iron Fist will lead our people. This has always been the way of our clan.
This can't be. How can an impudent, brash outcast like that?
It's not your surprise, my king. It's not your place to question Karos. Kelgar has proven himself through his actions.
Karos, this is our
It's our way, Karos. Suck it.
Kelgar has proven himself and reunited our greatest artifacts. He has earned our allegiance.
You owe him your allegiance.
Very well.
We are not going to bow.
You honor me. Look, get up. You don't need to kneel to me, all right?
All right. Kelgar's a ruler.
I came here with a message, and you need to hear it. This King of Shadows coming out of the Mayor of Dead Men. He's a threat to us all.
Right.
No matter how deep we dig in, we have to stand with Neverwinter. It's what's best for everyone, and we have to fight. There's no sitting this one out.
What must we do?
First,
Karos
kill
here can
Karos.
organize
No.
you. He's done a fine job, and I don't see any reason he should stop.
Well, it shall be done.
Follow his lead, all of you, and prepare for travel to Crossroad Keep. I will meet you there, and when the King of Shadows comes, well, he'll have a fight they'll hear down in the Dwarven Hells, won't he?
Yeah! Woo! Okay, but does that mean he has to wield the hammer after I just went through this business about the longsword? All right, we've got our alliance with Iron Fist.
Follow me.
Okay. Oh my god, the Hammer of Iron Fist. This is the Hammer of Torum Iron Fist, first of the Iron Fist clan. Though relatively simple in appearance, this is a dwarven artifact of tremendous power, usable only in conjunction with its companion pieces, the Gauntlets of Iron Fist and the Belt of Iron Fist. The combined might of all three artifacts has become legendary amongst Tauren's ancestors and has become a symbol of the clan's strength and resiliency. This weapon has a 5% chance of knocking an opponent to the ground for 9 seconds with each hit. When the hammer is charged, it may be used to call forth a powerful bolt of lightning centered on the hammer itself. The resulting blast of electricity will strike all within range for 8d6 points of damage, simultaneously emitting a great noise like a clap of thunder, causing all creatures nearby to be stunned for 9 seconds and deafened for 3 rounds. This action will deplete the hammer's charge, additionally removing its electrical damage bonus and knockdown capabilities. To recharge the weapon, its wielder must use it in battle and successfully land 15 plus 1d15 blows. Plus 6 strength. Plus 4 to hit. 1d8 damage. What? His strength is 27 right now. Ha 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 ha! Except I have monkey grip, you see. So you still got your shield, baby. 27 strength. He can carry... Chat. Kelgar can carry 1,040 pounds. This is my dwarf of holding. Alright? I mean, I don't have any benefits with hammers, unfortunately. But, like... His attack bonus is plus 30. Plus 30? I mean, plus 30? Dude. You know, the hammer's sparkling, but I love that shield. I kind of wish, I wish the hammer looked a little more awesome. I don't know. Still, Kelgar looks like a badass. Wow. I like that the arcane spell failure is 15%. Yeah, Kelgar, that known spellcaster. All right. Forge an alliance with the dwarves of Clan Iron Fist. Okay, next step, chat, is we got to get back to the keep. We got to go give the people the ore. We got to upgrade our the guys' weapons. Then we have to basically have them build a freaking wizard's tower, and then just basically set everyone to work, max out the money, and then we're going to go and do this alliance with the Wendersnaven next, mostly because I don't know what the hell Grobner was talking about. So do this, and then we're going to go to the mayor and try to get the alliance with the Circle of the Mayor, and then alliance with the lizard folk, and then we should be just about ready to go and deal with getting into the Vale of Myrtlein. So that is the plan. A Wizzy Tower. Yep.
I am listening.
I am listening. Whoops. We did it. What's Kaer think about this? You've brought great honor back to Arcan, Kelgar. We will gladly stand with you at Crossroad Keep. All right. Let's delete that. Iron Fist Dwarves. Quick save. And on we go. All right, first order of business is to get to the keep, which is right there. Let's do it. Oh, we encountered something on the way, huh? Is it a random encounter? What have we got? You and you keep the smaller ones busy. Everyone else is with me on the big one. Captain! What's going on? This band of trolls has been marauding the countryside. We have to stop them. I'm afraid our equipment isn't the best for dealing with these creatures. I don't know if we'll survive without your help. Do your best. I'd always want to be here to save you. I'm with you. For Crossroad Keep! For the captain! Thank you very much for the sub, Lone Wolf. 27 miles. Thank you very much, Lone Wolf, for the tier 2 resub. I really appreciate that, man. Thank you, thank you. I hope all is well, Lone Wolf. Alright, I think the summoning of the elemental was a little bit of overkill. I gotta be honest. Kinda not what we're looking for there. Little unneeded. It's an honor to fight beside you, Captain. It was not. Okay. Thanks for the help, Captain. We'll see you back at the keep. All right. Well, we got better equipment on the way, people. All right. We have better equipment on the way. I'm dealing with that now. I literally have the money to deal with that now. Having a really good Saturday. That's awesome, Lone Wolf. I am too. All right. Crossroad Keep. Let's do it. All right, we got to go tell them that we finally got some freaking ore. Now upgrade my people's freaking armor. Found some new ore deposits. Made a find, eh? I finished with how much time adventurers spend underground. There's got to be a practical use for it. I'll send my men over, and here's some coin for you. I might have some more from your site later. Now I have to go get my men moving. If I don't kick them into action, they'll be worse than useless. Okay, I hope that was the person I was supposed to be talking to. And not what's-her-face. I hope that was that. Because I'm doing this so that I can upgrade my men's armor. Jacoby! Eager to help, Captain. I have enough materials to provide new weapons for the men. What do you want specifically? I want the best you can make for all the men. Best I can make, it'll be expensive. Making Mastercraft weapons requires the best material and a lot of time. I'd be honored to work on it if you can afford it. Hell yeah, get started on it. The men won't forget this, Captain. Neither will I. I'll start right now. Hell yeah. The best. The best weapons. Only the best. Alright, Vedal. Build everything. 0 keep funds. That's fine. Oops. Okay, tower in the old church. Alright, Wizard's Tower. Build it! This will be one of my finest works, just you see. Easy come, easy go. It's alright. I think that was the last big thing I had to do. Last thing I had to do with the keep, I believe. Received word of the dragon's hoard you found. While you were away, I dispatched some grey cloaks and peasants to recover it. Because of poor security outside the keep, our men were ambushed by bandits as they returned. However, your grey cloaks proved much better trained than the bandits and were able to repel the attack. Thank God for that. The bandits only got away with a few chests full of treasure. I've added the treasure to your coffers to do with as you see fit. Alright, let's see. What's the status of Crossroad Keep? We're making progress. Okay. Surrounding areas? I want to organize the men. Okay. She says that she's out on special assignment, and yet here she is. Alright, Torio. I haven't talked to you in a while. Okay. Need some potential recruits. There's a Luskan mercenary who goes by the name of Jalboon of the Two Blades who currently works for City Natal. If you can convince him to leave his employer, he may prove a valuable ally. Alright, that's fine. Okay, good. So I've done that. Now I go back out here. Talk to Vidal. And this, there may not be anything else to build with the keep now. Because, like, I think I've done most of it. Vidal, anything else? Construction's complete. Tower in the old... Oh! 107... Nice! 170,000 gold. Hell yeah. Okay, the tower in the old church. All finished. Keep itself. Structurally and sound. Buildings in the courtyard. Fortifications. Surrounding areas. Okay. So yeah, Vidal's done. So now the question is just how are the men doing? And I want to stop by the wizard tower and then we'll head out again. Did you do the weaponry? The men are equipped as best I'm able. The finest blades I could make, and they have you to thank. I'll use them proudly and well, I think. What can I do for you, Captain? Can't we upgrade? They got the best available. Okay, I'm only doing this because I want to sell the few things that I picked up in that little mini fight there. Okay. Good, lovely. Thank you very much. Okay, we did what we needed to, so now we are heading out. We're heading out to Wendersnaven. Oh, and I gotta get, I'm gonna have to get Grobnar and level him up a bunch of times. Alright, keep this as good as I can make it. Oh, you should have some gold for me, I think. Alright. Yeah, it gave me some ingots. There you go. Alright, I've got 83,000 gold, and I've got another 170,000 gold in the keep storage, basically. So now I just need to make it safer around here, now that the keep is freaking fortress. Alright. So, I've got to put one person away. The question is who? I think it's going to be Eleni. Alright, Grobnar. This party. Alright, we're going to Port Last, which is where we were told the two guys that know about this Wendersnaven thing are likely to be. What's up, Divinorium? Listen, I have to make it safer, you know? Yeah, here we go. This is going to be fun. Get ready for 6 million level ups. Okay. Not quite 6 million. All right, skills. Well, since I've lost my lore person, that's as much as I can do with perform. All right. Okay, available spells. Shout, ear-splitting yell. Summon creature 4. How about war cry? Ooh, greater invisibility is nice. Yeah. With 2 of them, do we do another critical, cure critical wounds? Or do we do a hold monster? Dire boar. Yeah, I want another heal. Okay, so... Oops, got another 3rd level one. Mass Curse of Impending Blades. -2 penalty to AC. Let's see. Sleep is... it's not going to be that effective now. Yeah. Alright. But that's only the beginning. But wait, there's more. Alright, don't care about the crafting. Alright, another 4th level spell. This one will do for that. Okay, yet another level up. 17th level bard, baby. Okay, let's get that up to 15. Let's move this tumble to 15. That to 15 with the performance to 15. Let's get the parry up there. And another feat. Battlecaster. Alright. Blind Fight is very useful, as we've discussed. Greater Spell Penetration is really nice. Yeah, we're going to go with that. Okay, level up again. Alright. Concentration is going to go up to 16. Let's throw another point in lore. We want performance up to 16. We want tumble up to 16. That up to 16. And a couple more points in parry. And we have a level 5 spell. Mind Fog. Greater Dispel Magic. Ethereal Visage. Cacophonic Burst. Yeah, Greater Heroism. It's good stuff. Plus these 60 seconds per level. Yeah, that's really good. So Discord. Problem is it's not so good for crowd control. Okay, we got another one of these deals. Hold monster. Okay. And again, 17. We're going to bring... I'm going to get that parry up. Alright, we have another 5th level spell. So we could go with... Yeah, let's go with that. And level up again. Hardcore leveling right here, people. This is hardcore leveling streaming play. This is the best, the absolute best kind of hardcore leveling that you could have. Okay. Battlecaster. Might get dodge. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Next up, this. Charisma is 20. He is the most charismatic gnome you have ever seen. You see him. To see him, to know him is to love him. Put a lore in there. And... throw a listen in there. Okay, level 6 spells now. Mass hold person. Greater shout. Oh yeah, that's right. Immunity damage again. Thing is super useful. Dirge. All enemies suffer 2 points of strength and dexterity damage each round. Superior resistance plus 6 bonus on all saves is just absurd. Okay. I don't know. Let's say, nah. Alright, let's see. Expeditious retreat. Could be useful, perhaps, in certain limited situations. Still going. Still going. You can tell it's been a little while since I've used Grobnar. I actually did use him for a little while. I don't mind Grobnar, but just, other characters became better that I wanted to use more instead. Let's get 1 point spot. Okay, another level 6 spell. Yeah, let's go with that. Level 2. Okay. Finally, level 17 Bard. Woo! All right. That was eventful. Oh, and also I need to prepare those spells. Oh wait, no I don't. I just need to know them. Never mind. Never mind, never mind, never mind.
Make your path mine.
Okay. Lovely. Okay, where's Arvenport last? Okay, let's do it. Alright, we found what we needed to. Now, we're here dealing with this stupid quest. Wendersnaven, the Scholars, and Leva and Noduab. exactly are they? Bigfollows.com. What's up, Big Follows? Bigfollows.org. How about bigbands.now? How's that sound? Oh, man. Thanks for staying. Okay.
Yes.
And Leva and Noduab. Well, where the heck are in Noduab? It's a serving wench. Serving wench, are you actually a scholar?
I need someone to guard me.
Okay. So now maybe... Alright. Maybe the garrison? Could be the cracked anvil. Maybe the garrison. Yask. Wait, what?
No, sorry. I can't do that.
It's locked, huh? Who the hell are you? Light of heavens? The shadow grows long here, and it seems chance has thrown its lot in with you. Will you be the sun that sends the shadow into hiding, the tree that stands still and is swallowed, or the dark cloud that hastens the night? I seek to destroy the King of Shadows, if that's what you mean. Your resolve is strong to the ears, but my eyes see one untested. I'm sorry, have you seen my resume? I would offer myself as a willing conduit through which you may be tested. I challenge you one-on-one. Raise your guard and we shall begin. Wait, you want to fight me? Testing is the only way I can know your worth. You either accept or not. Ready to fight right now? Alright. Ooh, dang. The test is finished. You have beaten me fairly and succeeded this, the first of 3 tests. I will come to you twice more, and twice more you may be tested. For now you've earned the right to know my name. I am Light of Heavens. What? You talking about? I just crushed you. What?
Yes.
People just go about their business. They're just like, yeah, that's just how we do things here. You know.
Host was fun.
Takes all kinds to make a world. Takes all
I am
kinds.
listening.
Alright, well, that's not what I mean, that's great. That wasn't what I was looking for, though. I am trying to find... Grabnar, do you know where this is? Where am I trying to go?
Oh, hello. Sorry. Just a little out of sorts. Have all these thoughts bumping around in my head. They're a little, well, a little confusing.
What's wrong?
Well, it's about Chandra, really. It just, well, got me to thinking. I mean, she wasn't with us very long. And there wasn't anything to be done to save her. Well, felt rather helpless and sad. And the whole thing seemed rather unfair.
From my position in the
don't really
tavern.
know what to say about it except say it. But well, was kind of wondering what you thought about it. You know, death of friends.
I am sad that we lost her, but there's nothing to do but carry on.
It is sad. That's it, exactly. She didn't deserve what happened, not at all. And I'm afraid that the more we fight, the more we'll lose. And the more unfair it'll be.
Then stop losing.
Of course. Ask away. Always ready with answers. Yes, indeed. The
Okay.
Wendersnaven. What about them?
Oh, we came here for that. You suggested we seek out these
Well, not
Wenderhaven?
directly. You see, there's 2 sages in Port Lass who are said to know the way. In Leva and No Doob, I believe. I'm terrible with
these
names,
people?
but that's close enough. They should be able to help us on our quest.
Yeah, where the hell are they?
Ah, yes. Well, it is impossible to truly know the Wendersnaven, since by nature they are unknowable.
Somehow I'm not surprised.
You see, they see everything, know everything, and exist everywhere and nowhere at once. It's truly quite amazing.
I'll bet.
Their size is also a great source of speculation, whether they are mighty giants hundreds of Kelgars high.
What did I tell you about using me as a unit of measurement?
Ahem. Several Nishkas high, stretching up to the clouds.
Hey, that's actually kind of a nice image. Thanks, Grobnar.
Or whether they are so small they cannot even be seen with the naked eye. Oh, Wendritham, of course.
Wenderitham? Where's that?
Wendritham is up in the clouds. There's many gateways to reach it, scattered throughout the realms, but they are hidden from mortal eyes.
This is kind of hard to follow, Grobnar.
Well, yes, but you see, there's so many other fantastical things in the realms. Does it really seem like it's that improbable after all? Well, take yourself, for example. You are a living jigsaw puzzle of shattered silver shards that, when united, will become an artifact that cut an entire race in two. And this enemy we fight, it's not a shadowy being. It is the dark essence of magic itself, with the ability to embed itself within the very land and ground it walks upon. And to think this Emperor of Shadow,
King of Shadows.
well, it was once a simple person just like you, that wanted to protect its people from destruction. Isn't that amazing?
Amazing.
I almost sense an irony coming, but I think that might be too much to speculate on.
Okay.
Really? I do? I can't believe I may have successfully argued a point. Now, if that isn't proof the Wendersnaven exist, I don't know what is.
Okay, that's great. Nonetheless, that doesn't help me actually find these freaking people in Port Last. So, I have no idea where to look. Can't get in there. Are you back here somewhere? Hello, crazy prophets? Hello, I'm looking for some lunatics who know something about Wender Snizzle. Anybody? You? Do you know where I can find Edema and and the Angry Inch? Nowhere? You? No? He said they lived in Port Last. That's the exit, so that doesn't make any sense. That's the inn again. Maybe Naya would know. I mean, Naya's the magic merchant here. Maybe she would know. Hey, do you know where these people are? How are things? Okay, great. The heck is this person? Come on, I'm looking for Nadoob and Eliva. Oh, there they are. Ha ha. Hi, cat. There they are. Shockingly, also gnomes. Who would have believed it? What's up, Enleva? So it is an allegory, no, of the lizard. Allegory. Oh, yes. You've never been more right. I see. You see? No. That's not the point. No. Yes. No. Sorry. No. Excuse me. Allegory, yes. No. Lizards. See, the answer to any question can be answered with an allusion to a lizard. What do you mean? Yes, explain so they may understand what we already... No! I am alone in this. You, for once, know no more than a gnome. But how is your learning to survive unless it is shared? I know. I shall explain so that you will all know. No? Yes. No. Yes? Yes. No? Yes. No. Know that there is a subtext to these words, but I cannot piece it together. Oh, no, there's sense in it, but not at a level we can understand. Yet. Just give me a little time. Let me listen a little more. It's like a song they're singing. No, that's offensive, epic quack. Maybe. How dare you? I really think we should keep talking to them, listening to them, to see what else they have to say. Slinking, yes? No. Sneaking? No, more S words. Slithering, sunning, stunning. Less S, more OG, I think. Dogs, snogs on a log with frogs? No on a no with no. You know, I think I almost have it. This is fascinating. I say we keep listening. Ugh. No. Yes. No. Yes. No. Oh, yes. No. Oh. Whatever keg a Kelgod drinks may a Kelgod drink if Kelgod does in fact think? What? Yes. No. What in the nine hells did you say to them? Oh, yes. Yesity, yes. No. Look, pardon me, sages of yes and no, but we're on something of a quest for something that may or may not be real. Can you help us? Yes. Yep, yes. No, I know no, you know. Please, I must know. The Wendersnaven. Do they exist? Yes. Yes, this is all coming together. Go on, ask them a yes or no question. Through it, we may be able to find out where the Wendersnaven are. Are the Wendersnaven west of here? No. Okay. Are they east of here? Yes. Actually, no. Well, kind of yes. Not really no. Maybe northeast? No. No, oh, will you give me the map, please? Why not? Can I buy the map for you? You show me the map? Yes. Let me look at this. This paper isn't a map at all. What a shock. It looks more like a riddle. Let me just copy it down. There we are. Double check the spelling, put it in our journal, and we can give the original back to them. All done. I'm so excited. That's it. I know where the Wendersnaven are now. I'll mark the location on our map. Wait, you solved the riddle already? It was a riddle? Oh, I said that, didn't I? No, it wasn't. Well, I mean, I think it was, but for some reason the mishmash of nonsensical words with a simple rhyming scheme just made sense to me. What was the riddle? Are you asking me that as a riddle? Or are you asking for real? Because if you're asking for real, the answer is I don't really know, but I'm sure I've got the right answer. Does that make sense? Never mind. Come on. Okay, so we got a map. Great. Here we go, people. I'll tell you what, if we get some invisible badass creatures that are called the Wendersnaven, I'm going to be pretty pleased. If we don't, I'm going to be pretty unsurprised. All right. Strange clearing, right? Only his enemies. Yeah, right, Lone Wolf? Like... I don't like how big this strange clearing is. Okay. Oh, wait. Let us... And familiar.
I can't quite put my finger on it, but there's something strange about this place.
Maybe it's the camera work.
Cauldron calling the kettle black, I think.
Remains of the relentless poet.
I've heard of the poet this journal belongs to. He was relentless. The relentless poet.
The relentless
in fact.
poet.
He disappeared many, many years ago. It seems the orcs stripped the body. There doesn't seem to be anything left. Ow, 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 ow. I stubbed my toe on something.
You okay?
Ow! Think so. I mean, nothing broken, but, you know, I don't see anything on the ground I could have stepped on. Unless, well, just as I suspected. I couldn't see it because it's invisible. Here, look at this. See? It appears to be an invisible instrument of some sort. Just lying around where anyone could have stepped on it and damaged it. Shameful. I wonder if it still works.
What?
Well, only one way to find out.
Where did he go? Well, I haven't equipped Grobnar yet. What are you doing?
Did you hear those lingering tones? The way the notes seem to float in the air. This instrument is able to take even the simplest breaths and turn them into beautiful music. Why? The invisibility. The music. Why didn't I think of it before? This must be a Wendersnaven instrument.
If they do exist, they aren't here now.
No, you're right. They certainly don't. Or at least they're not here now. Perhaps the rumors of their shy nature are not an exaggeration. I am somewhat sorry for leading you on this rabbit chase, but, well, perhaps this amazing find is actually a gift. The Wendersnaven's way of helping us.
We'll find this
And you know,
Wendersnaven someday, I want to
I
believe.
think that's enough. As long as we both believe, knowledge of their legendary existence will never die. Well, goodbye, Wendersnaven, wherever you are. And thank you so much for the gift.
Journal has been updated. Whoa, hey!
You shall soon trouble no one again.
Have I been stunned? I think I was. Folks seem to be doing just fine. I cannot even see what's going on. They're all running back and forth, taking them out. Okay. Still stunned. Okay. I need to do some restoration business here. First of all, mass heal. Okay, next. This guy. You must die now. Yeah, the elemental, exactly, yeah. Good gravy.
Yes.
Alright, let's get, go to restoration.
Yes.
Alright. So that was interesting. I was just trying to equip Grobnar, and all of a sudden, like... This is the tattered journal of a bard who refers to himself as the relentless poet. The entire journal seems to be written in prose. The last page is mostly intact. I found at last the field of lore, but 'tis not right. I must deplore the Wendersnaven are not here, and now I doubt they ever rear. But wait, a noise I hear nearby. The Wendersnaven come from high. Could they be those shapes that I see? But no, it's orcs come to slay me. That's about as good as the poem I saw today that... Okay. If any of you saw that, but it's not. The particular poem in question. Okay, now. That's great. Grobnar, I need you to be equipped. Wender Kazoo. Charisma +3. Use Mass Charm. See Invisibility. True Seeing. Use Confusion. 1 use, but wow. Okay. Alright, you just need better armor, and you need a belt, and... Let's throw this your way here.
Oh, yes.
True Seeing. Okay, that one I don't want you to have, actually. I thought somebody else had a belt, though. Like an extra belt. Yeah, I want to hold on to that. Scale mail +2. What are you doing with that? Okay.
I am listening.
Right. Alright. Great. Wow, all of a sudden we're chugging along here. Hoping it's just this particular area. Throw that in there. Alexandrite, that goes to Kelgar. Goes to Kelgar. Alright, well that was quick. And probably useless, but whatever. I mean, it got him a nice instrument, I guess, in the event that I don't plan to be using Grobnar, but, you know, I guess if I'm put into one of those, you have to use every one of your companion deals, then I will be somewhat ready to go. Just a second. Okay. All right. Give that to you.
Follow me and quickly.
Me?
Follow me.
Make your path mine.
Follow me and quickly.
Okay, good. All right, so much for the idea of the Wendersnaven. It was quick though. I mean, that was quick. All right, so now we're gonna go to the Mare, which is the actual place where I'm going to be doing some more leveling stuff. Okay. So, Circle of the Mare. Let's do it. Oh. Okay, yeah, that's right. So I gotta go... I take that back. So... I have to go instead back and pick her up at the fortress. I have to pick her up at Crossroad Keep. No more Grobnar. Now we have Eleni. Which is fine, because that's who I would want anyway. It's been lovely having you, Grobnar, seriously. Thanks for that hugely successful, incredibly important quest that we just went on that, you know. But it was like, it actually took longer to find the freaking gnomes who knew where the Wendersnaven was than anything else, so. Oh wait, I don't need to go any further. I know where I'm going. It's out here that it matters. What's up? Okay, good, thanks. I thought those berserkers... I mean, it was because of the shamans, but I was a little bit like, you know... At level 17, I should be annihilating pretty much every orc. Like, there should not be... Orcs should not be an issue at this point. Alright. Goodbye, Grobnar. Thanks for coming along. Eleni. Now we're going to the Circle of the Mare. I love how it says Bishop must leave the party and scout out. I'm like, guess who wasn't in the party to begin with? Oh, Bishop.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's right, I'm a jerk. Can't believe I have to level you up. I'm an idiot. Charisma 11. This charisma's like 3. Alright. I'm a jerk. What's up, Bulgaris? She did not make it, Bulgaris. She sacrificed herself for the greater good. Sadly. Yep. It was too bad. It was too bad. Alright, yes, I want this. Bishop is going to be here for precisely as long as it takes to find what we need, and then he's going to leave. Because I do not like him. Bishop truly is the Jack of Neverwinter Nights 2. Those of you who have played a certain game to which this refers may know what I'm talking about. The Paladin. You know what, Sparkly? I didn't mind Casimir. I mean, like, he is one note also, but at least he's not...
Yeah.
Yes.
Follow me.
How can I help?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Bishop is a jerk and boring. Casimir is boring, but not a jerk. So I feel like in the battle between them, I mean, I don't mind Casimir. He's all right. I mean, he's not that interesting to me, but at least he's not actively a jackass the way that freaking Bishop is. Favorite enemy? Yourself! Okay, favorite enemy? Vermin. Magical beast? I guess outsiders, actually. Oops, no. Okay. No, not nearly as much. Casimir is kind of a stuck-up, you know, like, please stop the lecture type of guy, but he's not, I mean, that doesn't make him as obnoxious, to me anyway, as Bishop. I mean, Casimir at least, you know, sort of acts respectful to people around you. I mean, he's set in his ways, but he's not actively like, yeah, and maybe you should punch yourself in the face because that's really cool and I'm super edgy. Like, shut up. Bishop is my least favorite character, so... Actually, I think Bishop may be my least favorite character in either of the games. Although, Quara is really bad, too. And I don't like Nishka a lot. Nishka, I would get rid of Nishka immediately if I had any functional rogue beside her. But this game really gives you pretty much Nishka, and that's it when it comes to rogues. And, you know, and even Nishka has moments where she's okay. Like, Bishop is just universally bad. All right. What do you have? You got a longbow +1. All right. Well, let's see. Do I have any arrows I can throw your way?
Yes.
Gonna need to give you something, right? Here. I have 20 acid arrows. Try not to choke on them.
I am listening.
Okay. All right. Right? That's the... What's up, Arudnell? Yeah, exactly. Fortunately, you're not going to have to deal with Bishop much beyond this, because I use him as little as possible. He just wants to make Neverwinter great again. What's up, Keister? Yes, green lighting. Green lighting. I'm channeling my inner green lantern today. Yeah, I mean, Div, I feel like this is the kind of guy who would do that, but he would also be like, you know, no, he's like, but I'm also, like, not actually pretending to care, but not really.
Feel the shadows in the air. If you stay still for too long, it's like they start clutching at you, trying to drag you down.
Is that what that is?
Whatever the circle did, they must have found a way to shield themselves from it. If we can find out how they've done it, then we can reach the Vale of Merdelaine. I'm certain of it.
Well, the sooner we're out of here, the better.
Here's the gathering place. Now, hold on. Something's happening. I can just make it out.
Ooh. Evil tree? Okay, no druids. Right.
I feel more at peace with each passing day. I know you sense it as well, Naven. Will silence be your only answer?
Silence and contemplation is my only peace in this place. Do not forget, I am your captive, Vashni.
We keep you here because we believe in the circle. In time you will see that we are right. And when the shadow has passed, you will feel one with the land again.
This isn't the mare anymore. You treat the shadow as if it were a passing mist. You fail to see how it now hangs upon you, upon this whole place.
We are caretakers of this land, and we cannot abandon it.
We're caretakers of a graveyard. Free me from this prison, and let's stop the decay from spreading.
Elders? Is it you? Elders, forgive me for not seeking you out sooner. I thought you had all died in the claimed lands. How did you...
Who are the ones who follow you?
We're the saviors of Neverwinter. Hi, my name's Arvin Elleron, part of the Neverwinter 9. No big deal. We're here to seek out your help.
Eleni, who are they?
They are my allies, my friends. They helped me reach here.
They have the stench of civilization and war upon them. As do you.
Our path took us to
Sounds
Neverwinter
like Sans
and
voice
through
actor.
many battles. But this is the one from West Harbor, Elders. The one I had been watching.
The Shardbearer? You have brought the Shardbearer here?
She cannot seem to tear her eyes from him, which was the problem before, I believe.
What? I think we all need an explanation here.
I was tasked to watch you as you grew up in West Harbor.
Hey,
The
Classicor, what's up,
circle
man?
I observe you. For strange events
Have you
seem
been?
to occur around you, and I had reasons of my own.
Yet she could not turn away from you, from civilization. She would
Thank
vanish
you,
to the border
Classicor.
of the mare and watch you for days upon
Thank
days,
you for the
weeks,
tier 1
and then
resub.
into
Thanks,
months.
Classicor.
A circle is
Former
not complete
Arvanaut
when
Idol
one of us is
champion.
missing,
Good to see you,
or
Classicor.
is too distracted with the trappings of civilization or its people.
I am certain Eleni meant no harm to the circle.
Thank you, but I must answer for this. There was no need for me to...
There was never any need for her to watch you as she did.
Elders, please. I did not intend...
And even now, you defend yourself rather than admitting your negligence.
She might as well be one of the harbormen and have shared their fate.
Hey, everyone back it
Your
off a couple steps.
fascination with the shard bearer meant that we were less aware
Oh,
of
nice.
the changes coming to this land until they were upon us. We are
How is it,
fortunate
Classicor?
this time that
That
the
translation.
land itself has chosen to speak.
Onto phone. How does the... you speak of a common foe. We came for your help.
Who are you to ask of us? You carry within you the very symbol for your civilization's capacity for destruction.
Elders, this King of Shadows, it poses a threat to us all, not just cities and towns.
Have you ever seen this King of Shadows?
No.
Have you spoken with it?
No.
Then what is this king, other than a story?
Listen, if we had
used to
spoken
explain
to it, we wouldn't be
forces
talking right
greater than
now.
ourselves?
It's a very good game and a very small screen. Nice. We overheard you earlier. What does your former leader think?
I am a captive here, Shardbearer. A captive because I refuse to resign myself to madness. Eleni, the shadow is anything but natural. I don't know if Mare Delane can be saved, but I know that we cannot accept it. We must not...
Perhaps I have misjudged your value, Naven.
Is this how you convince members of your order?
For a druid of power, living within the folds of a tree is nothing. As the land changes, we must change with it, Eleni. Stop clinging to what the mare was, and accept it for what it is now. Your friends will never see as we do, but it is not too late for you. Come back with us and help us weather this storm to its completion.
Do you truly think what is coming is for the best?
Eleni, we must stop this. Listen to me. Vashni's right about one thing. The mayor's time is past.
What do you mean?
I know how you feel about me, it's true. You made a choice long ago to protect the mare and not allow it to die.
Eleni, this is the mare now, and it needs our watchful eyes. You are bound to it, to us, and always were.
You're right. They're speaking madness.
Hell yeah, they are.
Then you are lost to us forever. I am sorry, Eleni, but we have no choice. And you, Shardbearer, you have been allowed to spread your influence for far too long.
I'm sorry to see that even the circle has been time to feed the land. I'm sorry to see that even the circle has been corrupted. I take no joy in this. Alright. I'm going to save this here just in case, because I don't want to go through that whole interaction again. Okay, let's do that again. Second verse, same as the first.
Illithid, Mind Flayer slave.
New enemies have revealed themselves.
Okay. Oh, shoot. It is done. The circle is dead. Like the mare. What's happening? Whoa. What happened here was unfortunate, but your actions were the right ones, Eleni, and the circle was dead long before you arrived. Also, Arudnell in chat, I agree with you. Fortunately, I survived, and I'm a much better druid than they ever were. No. Don't be unsettled by Vashni's words. I believe you have seen things more clearly than any of us. What will you do now, Elder Naven? I do not know how much is left for you to watch, not any longer. I don't know. The circle is gone, as is the mare, but much remains untouched. What happened to the circle? We were too complacent, and unlike Eleni, perhaps not watchful enough. Yeah, they were corrupted, though, Geester, you know. Though we felt a change in the air, we could not understand it. The poison of the shadow spread quickly. Some of us failed to adapt and perished. Vashni and his followers breathed the poison deeply, learned to adapt, but whatever eats at the mare ate at their hearts as well. What do you know of the King of Shadows? I know that it, whatever it is not of this world. And while I have little taste for your fortress of rock and metal, they are preferable to this shadow. Then join us in our fight. Help us reclaim these lands. No, I am afraid not. These lands have been ruined forever. However this conflict ends, I know you will be in the center of it all. My place, however, is with what remains of the mare. Before I go, tell me, why do you continue to carry that burden in your chest? 3, because I can't remove it from my chest is pretty good, but... may have brought ruin, but it can mend things anew again as well. Perhaps, but can it mend the wounds of the land? Some things can never be undone, though you may strive to do what is right. Farewell, Eleni. It looks like we must all find a new path. Farewell, Elder. Just Naven now, Eleni. You did much here today, and I think we may speak as equals. Let's go. Alright, well, that alliance fell apart. So much for the alliance with the Circle of the Mare. It's too bad that he didn't join me, though. Okay, so that means there's one group left, and that's the lizard folk. They were shadow druids, now fertilizer. Yeah, they, Man, how many games use the concept of indoctrination or the like? You know? Like, they are all about that. Okay. That goes to you. Sling +3. That's also going to go to you, as will this. Scimitar +2 is going to go to Kelgar. Gold ring goes to Kelgar. Sapphire goes to Kelgar. Sling +2 goes to Kelgar. Thieves Tools +10 goes to Nishka. Gold necklace goes to Kelgar. Silver ring to Kelgar. Black Soul Sickle. Black Soul Sickle, won't you tickle and wash away these druids? Black Soul Sickle, won't you tickle? Won't you tickle? Black Soul Sickle, Black Soul Sickle, won't you tickle? Da 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 da. I like lizard people. Lizard folk, you're a joke. You hiss and have those scales. Lizard folk, you're a joke. You're a joke. Lizard folk, lizard folk, you're a joke. Dude, she's still using a regular sickle. Wow, I think I can upgrade you there. I think I got you. You're +4. What's wrong? What's wrong with that? Triffid? You know you like it. You know it's good.
I am listening.
It's quality. It'll, you know.
Yes.
Wand of Summoning. I'll give that to you. Prismatic Spray. That goes up to Kelgar. That goes to Kelgar. That stays with you. Bracers of Dexterity +3. Oh, yes, that. actually is going to be better than this sling +1. Let's put that up there. That's the problem. Triffid likes it, but she hates herself for liking it. That sickle tickle.
Yes.
You think I should have added some other ones? Black hole sickle, why so fickle? In a mess, you're in a mickle. Black hole sickle, why so fickle? Why so fickle? You're so sharp, you're so sharp. Why so fickle?
Follow me.
I am listening.
Near this tree, in the sea, with the mare of dead men, me. I thought I had alliances, but they're blown away again. Alright, Eleni, let's talk.
Is there something you need?
Yes. Before you mentioned the circle, what do you mean? Know anything about the lizard folk?
Many of those who listen are now gone. Yes, many lizardmen tribes are being... What did you wish to know? My reasons are my own.
Oh, damn it.
And
I thought I had enough influence that she would be okay. Let's see. I wondered if I gained any influence in that group. Influence? Influence, maybe? Hello. Good grief. How many things? Alright. Alright, I got one influence. I figured I got one influence there. Okay. Right. Okay. I would like you to heal Zaiv. I never even had her wild shape, actually, now that I think of it.
Yes.
How about a cure moderate on you? Okay.
Follow me and quickly.
All right, good. So delete that. Save that. All right, so those went real quick. So that means now we've got one alliance left, and that's the lizard folk. And I don't entirely know. I don't know where I'm going to go there. I mean, I guess I just have to turn around and go to the swamp, basically. Oh. Well, wait a minute. High Cliff, Strange Clearing, Ember. That's it? Well, I can't go back to Port Last. There's no reason to go back to Neverwinter. Crossroad, I've already done Iron Fist. Mount Galadrim is the Giant's Dragons. That's done. High Cliff, I don't know anything about that going there right now. Strange Clearing. Is High Cliff with the lizard folk? Maybe I go to High Cliff then to find out about the lizard folk. Oh gods, they're going to kill us all. Run, Gera, go! I won't leave you, Zekan. We're not alone. Help us, please. The lizard men may help and kill all the travelers. Leave them alone or we'll skin the scaly hides right off your backs. Or bluff. Damn it. Okay, let's do that again. And one more time. So much for that. Can't believe our luck. This is the third time you've come to our aid. You saved my son, my husband, and now all of us again. We can never repay you for this. We can only offer you our gratitude. I love this. Surely you can offer something. Leave them alone, or you're going to... or I'm going to make you into another Black Hole Sun reference. Okay, your gratitude is more than enough. Your kindness is astonishing. I don't mean to add to your troubles, but we have to get the word out to anyone we can. Highcliff is under attack. It's true. Lizardmen just came into town one day and set up camp on the south side. They're not letting anyone out, but left the north passage open for some reason. Any idea why they did that? We don't know why they haven't swarmed into town yet. Maybe they're trying to separate us to make the pickings easy. We're the lucky ones. Many remain trapped in Highcliff, and they need help. Please, if you could do anything to save those people. There's a lot of boom, yep. That's Imbue Arrow, one of my favorite arcane archer abilities. How many are left in town? Can't say for sure now, but there were some 20 souls when we left. Elder Maine said he'd never leave his town. Puts on a brave face, bless his soul. We'll see what we can do to help Highcliff. You truly have a noble spirit. You look a lot more capable since last we met, too. I guess I've grown a bit more bold myself. Yeah, but not as bold as me, right? Good sir, before you go, I want you to know that everything that was dear to me would have been stripped away if not for your bravery. We may not have much, but everywhere we go, we'll tell others about your deeds. Alright, well, thanks. I'm just gonna go loot this while you tell everyone about our deeds.
I cannot carry this weight and still move.
Yeah, relax. You're gonna be giving it to the pack mule in just a minute. Alright. Now, that goes to Kelgar. 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 At the beginning of the game, I would have been all over all these things. I would have been like, yes, more equipment, but things have changed. Okay. Flail +2 goes to Kelgar. Great Axe goes to Kelgar. Interesting. Cloak you have to identify. Silver Necklace to Kelgar. Silver Necklace to Kelgar. And something else to identify.
Yes.
And what this is Nymph Cloak +2. That's great, but unnecessary. Amulet of Electrical Resistance, whatever. Okay.
I am listening.
So, crap, and crap. Alright. Oops, no. Yeah. Is that true? So I have, like, for the rest of their life, I have to... Really? Oh, you are lives. Hey, no problem. The road to Highcliff. I like Kelgar, yeah. Vos Rhoda! It seems a little, well, empty. Yet there are no signs of battle, or the presence of lizardmen in the streets. The town does not appear to have been attacked. How did you survive the North Passage? I'm hero of Neverwinter. Neverwinter 9, Arvin Elrond, what's up? Lizardmen have been ambushing anyone that comes from the north. Someone must have brought word of our plight. Are you here to help? Because Little Arv is calling. One sec, chat. Sorry about that. Little Arv just informing me where she is and asking when she should be back, because she's a good girl. So, Mr. Brawl, word of reply to you, here to help. Yes, Garen Zakan told me about the situation. The online function, I think so, Classicor, but I don't know how much is being done in terms of like custom modules and stuff. I do know that there still has been some active development on this game here and there, so there's some of that. But yeah. Then they survived. I was beginning to wonder if anyone had. Please, go to the town center and speak with Elder Main. He'll explain everything. Alright, I'll do that just as soon as I summon my animal companion and my familiar.
I am listening.
Okay.
Yes.
Right. Hey, what's up, Rock God? You turn on your computer to watch, there's no sound coming of your computer. Headphones work, but the built-in speakers don't. My thought would be, it's interesting about the built-in speakers. My thought would be that some driver thing has gotten fouled up. It's possible that if one of the programs you use, like Zoom or something, may have auto-selected your speakers for you, meaning they would have selected your headphones instead of your speakers. Like on mine, I have to switch between, if I want to switch from my headphones to my speakers, I have to change the output to be able to get it to the right thing. So it's possible that a program did that without you realizing it, because Windows is awfully good at some stuff like that. Short of that, it's possible that there was like a internal short or something, but that seems unlikely if they're built in. So yeah, that would be my thought, would be to look and see if a program may have taken over control of that and may have switched your default audio device to that. Yeah, you can. The only problem with that, though, Hippo, is that oftentimes creates an echo situation. Not an echo Alpha X5, but an echo situation where you can hear yourself both times. And stereo mix, the problem with stereo mix, it may not matter for Rock God at the moment, but for if you're doing any kind of streaming or anything like that, problem with stereo mix is that, as you know, it picks up everything. And so for me, if I use stereo mix, you'd be hearing everything I'm hearing, and you'd be hearing like additional stuff that I might not want you to hear, you know? So yeah, that's weird, Rock God. But that's what makes me think maybe, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. Another one. Poor Marin. We cannot keep doing this. This is a great line. We cannot keep doing this. That's when I walk. I'm like, and you won't. We're here to see to that. We can bring Highcliffe back. You won't. We're here to see to that. You. Eowyn. I remember your face. You have come back to Highcliffe, and not a moment too soon. I can only assume you're here to help. What's happened here? We do not know for certain. The lizard men just appeared one day at the south end of town. They never moved into Highcliffe itself. They simply stood their ground and fortified themselves right outside of town. Most of us retreated to the north end of town. These beasts then blocked the cliff wall instead, so now we have no access to the water. Where are all the townsfolk? We were already preparing to evacuate when the lizard men arrived. Given the situation, many folks thought it best to leave before we had to contend with both Shadow and Lizard Men. Not long after, we started getting reports of ambushes along the road. We do not know how many survived. We've been left with little choice. Do we flee to the north to face ambush, or wait here and starve to death? Any recommendations? The Lizard Men do not seem open to discussion, but perhaps they will listen to a more seasoned individual like yourself. I wish I knew what they wanted. We're running out of time and my supplies, too. In fact, I just hope they made a difference. I have a feeling they're keeping us trapped here for a particular reason. I just do not know why. Don't worry, we won't leave until you're all safe. Thank you. We shall place our hope in you for now. Okay, gotta talk to Lizardman. What happened to your husband? That lout ran away again. As angry as it makes me, I'm actually glad that he got away from all this. I hope I'll see him again one day, and when I do, I'll have a lot to say to him. I promise you that. We'll do our best to help here. We have little time left. Soon we'll all be like poor Marin. Poor girl. Whoa, what's going on over here? Yeah, so that would be my suggestion. Ooh, they got like a... That'd be my suggestion, Rock God, is to look and see if a program may have taken over control. Like, basically may have changed your default. Oh, Dark Sun for Neverwinter, nice. The lizard man is exhausted and bleeding from several wounds. It is clearly in need of medical attention. Looks like he's in bad shape. That's what the lizards get for attacking Highcliff. I'm getting Fort Locke flashbacks. We're not going to torture this lizard man, are we? Those wounds look serious. Should we heal them? If not, he will not last long. Know that this one walks the final path and his journey is almost at an end. Are you awake? Lizard man looks to be mortally wounded, can barely speak and is near death. Let me heal him or tend the wounds. I can't stand to see any creature in pain like this. I don't like it either. We'll heal him then. Thank you. You do it, Eleni.
Follow me and quick.
Okay, patch up the lizard man's wounds. You help Visk. Why? I don't let the helpless die, but I need to know why you're here. Highcliff is ancient home. Warm bloods take from tribes. Now we take back. But Highcliff is far from your ancestral grounds in the Mare. Once, all land here is swamp. Tribes swamp. Batha tell us tribes past. Batha is the chieftain of your tribe? Bafta chieftain and shaman of all tribes. How does Batha lead all of the tribes? Batha unite tribes with great vision of future. All tribes see wisdom in Batha and follow. How can he see into the future? Batha great prophet. All words come true, yeah, I'll bet. He tell about swamp dying, about great darkness. He say warm bloods run north, that tribe no need fear. All words true. In Batha's will we keep warm bloods caged here. Part of future he sees. How is Batha so powerful? Visk not tell outsider tribe secrets. We're only trying to understand your people. Maybe you follow Batha too, if understand. Visk not sure. Know that Batha when shaman dance with shadows in swamp. Yeah, I'll bet he did. I'll bet he did. And did he talk to a guy whose name rhymes with Bling Blove Blados? Shadow's ancestor spirits give Batha great wisdom and power. What kind of power does he have? Batha's stronger, bigger than all others in tribe, bigger than any warm blood. Has powerful magic. No one can stop Batha. Batha can see into mind, find truth, but only if mind is open to him. Will he talk to us at least? Batha will talk with the one with shard. Batha wait for shard bearer. What do you know of the shards and the one who bears them? Batha not say how he knows shards would come, only that he sees. He doesn't have the strength to stay conscious anymore. That's the last question we can ask him. What? I freaking healed him. Alright, so we have to talk to Batha, who's obviously been indoctrinated. Alright. Gotta go talk to Batha. You gotta be Batha someone. You got to be Batha someone. He said you gotta be Batha someone. You got to be Batha someone. Hard to be over. Yeah, yeah. A lizard man over. Yeah, yeah. You're stuck in the middle, Batha. Mama say I'm a son of lizard folk. Mama say I'm a son of lizard folk. Hee hee. Are you not going to let me through there? Shardbearer. The Shardbearer is here. Batha said you come. He wants to speak with Shardbearer. Who is Batha? Batha Chieftain. Greatest chieftain of all. Unite all tribes. How do you know who I am? We see Shardbearer in mind. Batha show us and we see. Why are you here? Batha will answer. He come talk soon. You wait here. I know you. You helped Slan before. Help rescue tribe. Slan, why did you turn on the people of Highcliff? Slan not want break truce, but Batha say we must for good of tribes. Tribes now strong because of Batha. We can live even with swamp gone. But Slan not want harm Highcliff. Slan and tribe stay in guard, only fight human when must. There's no need to fight at all. We can work together. Slan believe you. We'll talk to Batha when he come. Batha will know what to do. I'll bet he won't. It's nice that Slan's there, though. He comes. All right, let's talk to this Batha. Batha! Silence! Batha must deal with Shardbearer. Ooh, all right, we're going to get some echo effect here. The Shardbearer. I have seen you in my waking dreams. I have known your face for some time. It is the face of the one who will decide the future of my tribe. Yours is a rare talent. How did you learn to speak using your mind? I have been given many gifts so that I might meet you this day. How do you know who I am? My visions tell me many things, of future, of past, of layers within the present. Always I see the shard, your wound. It is the wound of my land. Always is it in my visions. And now my land is in shadow, the waters poisoned. The sun is cloaked by night and cannot warm us. I know you are responsible, and so I have waited for you. When you go into the audio mixer, you can see the EQ gauge bouncing with the sound. It's recognizing that there's audio, just not coming through the speakers. I mean, that suggests to me, Rock God, that the speakers themselves have had some kind of physical fault, like a physical short or something. If the audio mixer, you can see the EQ gauge bouncing with it. Are you sure that the volume on just the speakers hasn't been accidentally turned down to 0? Because, again, since the speakers have their own separate volume, it would still show it as bouncing up and down, but you wouldn't hear it if the volume was somehow all the way down. If you follow what I'm saying. Oh. I mean, the only thing I can think of is it's a physical fault then. It's weird that the headphone... Yeah. It'll be interesting to plug in if you had an external pair of speakers, which is what I have. When I'm not using my headphones, I have an external pair. It'd be interesting to see if you plug that into the headphone jack, if that would do anything. I don't know. So, you are the leader. Sorry, though, dude. You are the leader of these lizard men? I lead all lizard men tribes. They join me because I have been given power from our ancestral spirits. Our ancestors saw the destruction of our land and came to me deep in the swamp. They filled my sight with that which is to come. I saw the end of my people, so I became a vessel for their rage. In me you see the will of all lizard men. Why have you trapped the townsmen here? Because it brought you here. The ghosts of my forefathers told me this would come to pass, as it indeed has. We'll let some escape north just enough to call for help, and now I stand before the Shard-Bearer. What do you want from me? I wanted to see the Shard-Bearer with my own eyes. I have come to tell you that we will not accept death as our fate. I will rip the blade from your chest first before drowning in the blackened swamp. You're assuming much about this shard. I have seen the path of this blade in my mind. It has left an open wound in this land. Everywhere it goes, the shadows follow. Perhaps you are merely a fool, You carry metal in your chest, but do not know how closely it cuts to the heart. Ooh, that's a good line. Good line right there. Perhaps you are merely a fool. You carry metal in your chest, but do not know how closely it cuts to the heart. That's a solid line right there. Good stuff. All right, we both fight against the same enemy. The only enemies I know are those that stole our land and no doubt poisoned it. These visions, tell me more about them. The visions always come to pass. Our tribal ancestors give me the wisdom of their sight. Visk told me that you communed with shadows. Shadows aren't spirits. You're being used by a greater power. Used? Impossible. Your people have many names for things they do not understand. Your will is strong, but it sees the wrong enemy. The King of Shadows is your threat, the one whose darkness covers your lands. Impossible. Or so I had thought. I do not trust you, but I cannot deny my doubt either. But I have experienced the visions and felt the presence of my ancestors. I have only heard your words. Let us see what truth lies in your actions then. If I am but a misguided servant of a great evil, then surely you can defeat me. Typical. The point was to avoid a fight. Stay back. I will show this one the strength of our people. Prepare yourself, Shard Bearer. Man. Yeah, right, Classicor? Alright. Okay, I just want to say something. He's like, let us see what happens. And then you just see, it's just like raining down destruction. When I saw all of them were gonna, I thought I'd have to fight him by myself again. I'm like, dang, dude. What? Wow. Okay. Yeah, I thought, well, it was all going great, and all of a sudden it turned against us. All right, well, fine. Oh, god damn it. Does it mean I have to go? See, I didn't save it. All right, well, crap. All right, let's do what we need to do. Please wild shape for me. No, not that wild shape. I knew... Okay, good. For a minute, I thought she was stuck, and I'm like, of course you are. Summon creature. Planar ally. All right. So let's see. Then we've got
I am listening.
Eleni. You can summon someone as well. Alright. Time to find rewind time, right? Wait, I said you. Let's go, everybody. This was my mistake. I forgot that the minute... I'm supposed to immediately save it when that happens, because if I don't do that, then I run into this situation, which is unfortunate. Okay, hang on a second. I want you to cast... Alright, I want you to cast... Do I have Stone Skin? No, Mass Cat's Grace. Alright, and then I want...
Yes.
Okay. Right.
I am listening.
Okay. Here we go. Now... Blah, blah, blah. Who is Betha? How do you know who I am? Why are you here? Why did you turn? We can work together. Right? How do you know who I am? You're a leader of these lizard men. Why have you trapped them? Okay, let's see. Okay. Okay, now we save here. So that if this doesn't go well, I don't have to go through all that again. Okay, let's go. Okay. All right. I need you to cast Cure Critical Wounds on Kelgar. Why does Kelgar still not have a potion? All right. Don't I have, okay, we're gonna do this. And then I want you... Yeah, Sunbeam. Okay. Alright. So let's see. So far, so good. There was Greater Stone Skin. I was looking for that forever. Okay. Okay. Now, Cure Critical Wounds on you. Seeker Arrow on you. Alright. It's my fault that I didn't give him a potion, though. That's my bad. I thought I had done that, but apparently not. Heal. Okay. What? I don't understand why this... Okay. Let's see. I have a bunch of scrolls that I can use on you. Do you have anything that would work for this particular thing? Okay, use that. Okay. All right, keep it up. Nice. That was not an easy fight.
You have beaten me and have destroyed the hope of my tribe. Do what you will.
Protect our chieftain.
Do not bother. If I cannot defeat them, none of you will be able to either.
Let us talk, please.
Then what do you want?
We don't seek further bloodshed. We will work to earn your trust.
There is only one way to earn my trust, and that is to submit your mind to mine. I will look into your thoughts to find the truth. Will you open your mind to me?
It seems a little creepy, but yeah.
Then let us be done with it. My life is at your mercy anyway. I see no deceit in your mind, and I have seen the gaps in my visions. And I have nearly destroyed my people at the behest of our true enemy.
Turn that power against its master. Show the King of Shadows his mistake.
Turn upon the deceiver of my people with his own devices. My tribe may grow strong yet again.
Although, if the King of Shadows is the one who did this to him, it's surprising the King of Shadows let him see the truth.
Then let it be so. We shall stand together until the shadow is swept aside. Where shall we go?
March with Highcliff to Crossroad Keep. We shall make our stand there.
Very well, Shardbearer. I hope this will be the start of a new day for us all. Before you leave, take these items. They were powerful gifts wrongfully taken from your people.
Sorry, everyone. Just speaking to my daughter. Just speaking to my daughter. All right. Let's see. So,
may we set many things right again, together.
So what's not clear to me is why Botha has all this power. Maybe the King of Shadows can only influence him so far. I have to say that most D&D circumstances, I actually like lizard men. Look at it, near death. Like, and Slan was barely injured. Like, in Tyranny of Dragons, those of you who watched that campaign will remember that that also was a situation we did much better that time, by the way. That was a situation as well where the lizard men sort of misunderstood things, and they needed to understand things better than they had, and you know, all that. So,
yes.
I find lizard men actually are kind of interesting characters to me. All right, let's find out what these are. A bit dramatic. Welcome back. Yes, that's how I spoke to her too. Like, hello, greetings. Okay, spear unidentified. Gray robe of the Arch Magi. That is really good. Only usable by a neutral wizard or sorcerer. I'm fresh out of those. That's really nice, though. I may give that to you for later use. So really, you still can't identify that? Can you identify it? Do I still have a thing of lore? I'm gonna have to identify that.
I am listening.
Yeah, it's true. Well, I mean, the lizard people in Ultima Underworld were also an awesome, interesting thing, you know?
Carry this weight and still move.
Yeah. I'm gonna be giving it over to Kelgar in a minute. Dang. All right. So, Great Axe goes to Kelgar. Hand Axe goes to Kelgar. Light Shield goes to Kelgar. I feel like I did the hardest one first, which was the Giants thing. Because that's it. Now we have to go back to the keep. We've got our alliance. We've got the Lizardmen, and we've got the alliance of the Iron Fist Dwarves. So sell that. We can sell that. Hey, what's up, Dunsel? The Slee Stack effect, yeah. Yeah, I'm actually not remembering that either, and I actually played, Dark Sun. I like Dark Sun, the game, actually. I think the setting is interesting, but I don't know that I would want to... I'm not sure that I would want to play it. I don't know. I'm not sure that I'd want to run a whole campaign in it, but I find it interesting sometimes to watch stuff. Acquisitions Incorporated did a thing of Dark Sun, which was a lot of fun. Alright. So, the Dwarves of Clan Iron Fist and the Lizard Folk of the Mare have allied with Crossroad Keep. It's uncertain if there's any more support to be found in these dark times. Alright, so now we have to go back to the Keep. We've already fortified at Crossroad Keep. We've got to go talk to the... find out about the Shadow Reavers, and we'll have to talk to Aldenon about that. So, but we've got the Alliance together, which is what we needed. That. Okay. What's up, Dragon Spear, Mr. Holland? In the 4th edition release. Yeah, that's true. Although, I mean, it's funny because they started when 4th edition hadn't even quite been released yet. I always thought, everyone talks about Critical Role and the impact that had, obviously. But to be perfectly honest, Critical Role came second to Acquisitions Incorporated. The Acquisitions Incorporated podcasts really got people fired up about D&D in a way that it hadn't been for a long time before the Critical Role people came in. And yes, 4E is weak. I mean, it's kind of a good, it would be better if it were just a war game on its own, but it kind of forgot about the special sauce of D&D was not the fact that it had its roots in a war game. It was that you can be and do almost, that it makes you able to tell great stories with friends, really, and can do so in an entertaining way. And Critical Role obviously took the ball and ran with it a lot further, but yeah. But I liked the AQ, a lot of those AQ campaigns, and then I kind of lost it at some point after the Dark Sun stuff. I mean, it's pretty powerful, Sparkly. Yeah. I mean, I know, Penny Arcade is... They're not, they can be a little problematic, but definitely I found them entertaining. They, and I also, the other thing was, and this was actually really helpful for me as a dungeon master, I think the two best DMs that are working today that are I'm publicly aware of are Chris Perkins and Matt Mercer in that order. Matt Mercer is extremely good. Perkins to me is just slightly better because Perkins, I think in terms of world building, specifically being able to world build within the overall D&D universe with characters, I think is... But it's almost like 1 and 1A because Mercer's world building is great too, and obviously Mercer is much better than Perkins on voices. Perkins is okay on voices, but obviously Mercer's a professional voice actor, and that comes through. Mercer's great, obviously. Mercer's amazing, but Perkins I would say is slightly better for me. So watching Perkins DM really and listening to him DM really taught me a lot, and then obviously I've picked up some things from Matt Mercer also. Okay, we saw a fight in the distance. What happened? It took a little work, but our enemies are now our allies. Thank the gods. The citizens of Highcliffe may not be great in number these days, but you have all our thanks nonetheless. What is to be done now? Are the lizard men not leaving? They will help you on our journey and aid our forces at Crossroad Keep. These are strange times indeed. We will begin our preparations immediately. Thank you again. Though Highcliffe may be forgotten, your bravery will not be. Thank you for what you've done. You've given us all hope. We'll return one day. Yes, you will. You will. Yeah, a little bit. Especially some of the earlier ones. Yeah, I know. Well, look, first of all, he's super busy. He was making noises about possible retirement. He's 50. He's pretty young still. He's like 51, 52. So he's still pretty young, but he has been talking about maybe stepping back because he was doing a lot. Obviously he has all the adventure design stuff that he's been doing. So that's his main gig, But I would like to see, I'd like to hear a few more public games. I know he did some stuff too with some people on Twitch, and I'm not as familiar with those, to be honest. Listening to the second campaign, yeah. Only problem with Critical Role is that I watched a lot of Season 1. Problem with Critical Role is that the time commitment is just so... I mean, I run too many of my own campaigns on my own channel and stuff. Like, I can't commit that level of time to it, 4 to 5 hours. I mean, and for people who watch a lot of things on this channel, I know you're going to be like, Lissarv, we watch a lot more than that. I agree. But when I'm going to do it just for one campaign... it's such a long, involved thing when I'm also trying to, run 4 campaigns myself, which is what I currently do, plus run and host stuff in the channel, plus writing, plus teaching, plus family. I just run out of time at a certain point. If I were to watch Critical Role, it basically would mean I couldn't watch anything else, and I kind of want to be able to watch some other channels and other things too. So that's why. But I mean, Critical Role is obviously great. I mean, in a lot of ways. Yeah, I hear that, Rock God. That I will say, and I love my job, right? But that part I'm jealous of, the part of being able to listen to stuff all day. That's pretty sweet, dude. You know? Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Epic Quack. Yeah. I've heard the Exandria campaign, which is the one going on right now, has been kind of controversial, is what I hear. I watched some of the first episode because I wanted to see Matt as a player, and B, I wanted to see, I believe it is Abria Iyengar, is how she pronounces her name. I wanted to see a little bit of her. I know she's been doing the Dimension 20 stuff. I haven't had a chance to watch that. She did Misfits and Magic. And I think I see, I mean, the point of the controversy, I mean, I see what it was about, I think, which is it's very different in feel. Like, you know, Critical Role, Matt himself is a kind of serious DM. I mean, he has a sense of humor, but it's a serious campaign. This is it felt very goofy to me. Very different. You want to talk about beer and pretzels. So I think there was a kind of a big, like, you know, like, shifting of gears. The introduction, though, the intro video and stuff like that is sick. There's some great maps with that. Abria, is that what it is? So not Abria, it's Abria. Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, of course, also, I am also biased because what I often encourage people to do is I'm like, hey, you could catch up on the videos of some of our campaigns, you know, because we have, we got a bunch of stuff that now we're starting to put. Obviously, we have the Curse of Strahd audio podcast. The regular campaign has now come to an end, but the audio was behind, and so the audio is continually processing and will until we're finished with that. And then we've got the audio now that Fleos is doing of the D&D with GOG Storm King's Thunder podcast, and that's been fun to listen to some of those again. Those are in little like half-hour chunks. You know, that's like 40 minutes once a week. You know, like that I can do. So, but I don't want to be a hypocrite and be like, no one should. I mean, I hope people do listen and watch our shows and do things, because I think that the players that we have on this channel, as I've said many times, I would put up against anybody. And I would put, you know, just from the DMing that I do, the people that I DM in my campaigns, I would put up against any Infinity and Beyond. You know, I would put those people up against the players in Critical Role. And that's nothing against Critical Role. It's a testament to my players. I think I have really wonderful players, and I think they're very good. And the RP is very legit. And so, you know, that's why I hope people will try us as well. If you're a critter, I hope you'll try us as well. So, I know, Classicore. I know. That's interesting, Rockgod. I can see that. You know what those are great for, too, is when I was doing more convention travel. Obviously, I haven't done that for a couple of years. Well, no, a year and a half, I guess, now. But convention travel is a great time to watch the podcast. So, yeah, and as far as that goes, Classicore, I would recommend, you know, picking a campaign. As I say, there's audio podcast. Our audio podcast for Curse of Strahd, which is all over on my website right now, arvanelleron.com. Obviously, the whole campaign is on YouTube, but if you just want the audio form, it's there. It's been professionally edited by Rudy Basso, and I think that's like, most of those are usually about an hour and 20 minutes in length, an hour and 15, hour and 20. And then the D&D with GOG podcasts that Fleos is doing, those are anywhere from like 35 to 45 minutes in length. And so those are, as Triff had said, nice, like bite-sized things. And those have been fun and entertaining. I do cringe a little bit at the one thing that I didn't like. This is because it was from like 5-6 years ago that we started that. Man, I use the word guys like it's going out of style. Now, I don't, you know, it's okay to use guys here and there, you know, especially when you're with guys. But there was, you know, Pyron Jade is a woman in my show, and I just did that automatic guys thing. By about, I think by about this point that I'm up to, which is like starting now literally in the Storm King's Thunder campaign in Nightstone, I think that's just about gone now. But man, I was just like, oh, stop doing that. Oh. So, hey, what's up, Prince Justin? Yeah, bite size can be good. Our faces in Curse of Strahd, especially when the weird fun stuff happens. Yeah. Well, thanks, Triffid. Yeah, I try. I am trying to learn. Yeah, trust me, like watching the reactions is great, especially now. She was fine. Yeah, she was. Oh, yeah, she didn't say anything to me about it, but it was just one of those things where I felt later on like I should have been better. And now I know. Yeah, no, I get it. But now I would do it differently now. So, what was I going to say? but yeah, it's entertaining. I don't remember what I was going to say about the Curse of Strahd. Having those no map cam like overlays that I have now, which I'm rolling out for all my campaigns, where you can, like in Eberron and Esper Genesis has this too, where you can see the cams much larger when you don't need the map. That is really awesome because you really get to see their reactions. Makes such a huge difference when you can see their faces in terms of their reactions. That said, Rock God, I totally get what you mean about being able to picture it in your head for sure. I just like sometimes being able to see the reactions of people, just like like Classicor said. All right, so here we are.
The men here call you Knight Captain, and these walls are yours. You have come far.
Well, yeah, I have. Farther than you could bring me, old man. Oh, nice, Rock God. Mal's a very good writer. Honestly, This Is How You Lose the Time War is an extraordinarily good book. Just really, really good. And it's her and Max Gladstone, but so. Youngest daughter has little choice in these matters. Tell me of your homelands. Certainly. Would you like to know my family's secrets as well? I come from House Sirar, a house blessed with many daughters. Our house lies near the periphery of the Underdark, and we've had profitable dealings with surface dwellers for many generations. And it is my honor to serve in this enterprise. Yeah, Time War, I'll tell you what, Rock God, not only is Time War good, and I know you're a very experienced science fiction and fantasy reader, not only is Time War good just for that, but it works on many levels. I was a little unsure how my students in my introductory fantasy fiction class, science fiction class were going to react to it. They freaking loved it. Loved it. I think out of the 18 or 19 people I had in that class, I think I had one person who was kind of like meh about it. They loved that book. They also loved that Max and Amal were kind enough to come on Zoom and chat with them about it. They loved Time War. In fact, there was a big battle between whether they loved that book or All Systems Red more, because they loved that book. So it's surprising how so I agree with you. It is challenging, Triffid, but it's not as challenging, I think, for access as I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be something where my students, no, don't get me wrong, my St. John students are smart students, they're able, but this is an introductory course, and not all of them have, and it reads to me initially as it might be more challenging. It actually, I don't think it was for them that much. I think it hits on such an emotionally resonant level that I think that the other stuff they might miss in terms of some of the poetic language, they just kind of absorb it all, because the rest of it, I adored it. I really was impressed with how well it worked with my students. So, poetically beautiful. It's poetically beautiful. It's intense language. In fact, one sec. Precious. Okay. Time War is great. So, as an example, alright, I gotta find this section. I could actually go to anywhere, but I don't want to spoil anything either. Okay, here we go. Oh shoot, that's a spoiler. I got to do it early enough so that I don't spoil. Okay, here we go. While Red looks away, a gob of lava splashes toward her face. She catches it in her palm without looking. Her skin, if it were the sort of skin the panicked villagers below wear around their meat, should char. It is not. Does not. Too long watching. She turns back to the caldera, to the welling lava. She stops. Black and gold vein the rising red. Some sun's surfaces look like this when she visits them on shore leave. That's not what arrests her. The shifting colors form words that last mere moments in handwriting now familiar. As the lava flows, those words change. She reads. Her lips frame syllables one by one. She commits the words the fire frames to the old kind of memory. There are cameras in her eyes, which she does not use for this. A recording mechanism clamps around the strand of fiber in her skull, which might be mistaken for an optic nerve. She turns it off, which the agency does not think she can do. The lava overflows its lip. She had meant to break this high promontory on which she stands, to make a sort of spout, spilling molten rock down her predetermined channel. Rather, she stands and watches. Below, the village burns. Without her capstone effort at the peak, her dikes and redoubts work less well, but the mathematician still has time to grab her wax tablets at least. The boats leave. They get far enough away to survive the earthquake wave as their homes tumble into the sea. Red has not quite failed. She shakes her head and walks away, hoping this is the last Atlantis they will send her back to save. She remembers. The volcano stills. Winds part the clouds in time and leave the sky blue. The Seeker scrambles up the slick and barren hill. Strands of thin, glistening volcanic glass cluster near the cooling lava. In another time and place, they will be called Pele's hair. The Seeker gathers them by hand, like flowers, humming. It's beautifully poetic. It communicates a lot. It says not much, but says everything. It's a wonderful plot, and it's told with these alternating letters between these two agents on either side of a war, the Time War, red and blue. The best of the best, and I happen to like the best of the best agent stories. Gray Shade Kickstarter coming to you in 3 weeks. So it's just lovely writing, and it's compelling. It's got a really good through line. So I was really surprised. I mean, this is really a love story, really, and yet it comes across, and it's just very, very well done. And I think it really hit my students on an emotional level. They adored it. They really did. I was surprised. So, is that Legend of the Seeker? You shut up, Dragon. Oh, man. You'll be running your kids' writing class this summer again? Awesome. Some R.L. Stine at them. Well, wow, gosh, it depends, Classic Core. You talking about stuff for them to be interested in writing? I mean, I can tell you one thing that I suggested. As an example, now, okay, how do I put this? This is, I will admit I'm biased because this person is a friend of mine. But the reason that I like recommending this one that I'm about to recommend is because there is so much cultural flavor and so much life and vitality and humor to this book. And in fact, I think if anything, it overdoes sometimes the humor, and that's not really a knock on it. It's just one of those things where it's just stuffed to the brim, and it's an interesting way to teach, I think, students. I know this because this is one of the books that I actually taught with my daughter this year when I was homeschooling her. It's an interesting way to teach students about how to use humor to deal with difficult topics in such a way that you feel uplifted at the end of it. That's a real skill. And the book I'm talking about is Sal and Gabby Break the Universe by Carlos Hernandez. Sal and Gabby Break the Universe, then Sal and Gabby Fix the Universe. Sal and Gabby Break the Universe is just all Carlos because it is just filled with just madness. Like, it's just insanity, right? But It's warm, it's caring, and kids absolutely love it because it feels hip without being condescending, if you know what I mean. Like it feels like them without having to be them, without feeling like a bunch of adults in a room sat around and we're like, here's what the kids like these days, So yeah, that's the idea. There's too much poetic prose, and I was like, can that be a thing? That's nonsense. That's nonsense. I would take a look at that. Carlos Hernandez, Sal and Gabby Break the Universe. It's a longer book is the only problem, but it goes really fast. So just a thought. I don't know about translations though. Actually, now that I think of it, I'm not sure about translations into German, Classical. I'm not sure about that, but exactly, Epic Quack, exactly, yeah. And as far as too much poetic prose, what Garlic Tofu is exactly right. Every book is not for everybody. This is something sometimes which annoys me. Oh, hey, Hadnix has done a raid. Thank you, Hadnix. We'll get back into playing the game here in just a second. It annoys me sometimes. Oop, hold on. Okay, first of all, let me just say hello to all the raiders. Thank you again for the raid, Hatnix. Thank you to Ambrosine. Thank you to everyone who's coming from Hatnix's stream. What's up, Hatnix? How was your stream? What were you streaming today? We are playing some Neverwinter Nights 2 Complete. We are heading into the end game of Neverwinter Nights 2 Complete, the main campaign. Just to finish up what I was saying before, not every book is for everyone. And so, like, for example, Grey Shade, I would like to think, is a book that will appeal to many different people, but it is a thinking man's fantasy assassin book. So the way I pitch it is, what if Jason Bourne were trained in 15th century Rome in the ways of sonic magic? Okay, that's the pitch line. I think it's got Assassin's Creed chops, and it's got a lot of things that are sort of, I hope, broadened beyond just the assassin genre, but it's a thinking man's assassin book. If you're looking for a romance novel, you're not going to get it in that book. Although if you're looking for a nothing but just like a mile a minute every second, it is at times it's a little more cerebral on purpose because you're getting into the head. It's told from the perspective of Greyshade, the main character. But I'm very proud of it and what it is. And to me, and when it came out with the Ed Greenwood group a few years ago, the earlier version of it, it got a very, very good review from the European Review of Science Fiction, of speculative fiction, that talked about the aspects of how it kind of burrows under your skin a little bit. Like, that's what the book is intended to be. So I get real frustrated, as Garlic Tofu said, when you have people being like, well, this book was not, this is an epic fantasy. I don't understand all these huge battles, and like, why do we have all these countries fighting each other? Like, I like more focused stuff. What's all this Tolkien business? Like, don't read epic fantasy if you don't want that, if you don't want urban if you don't want to hear about modern New York City and people walking around in business suits and then casting spells at each other, don't read urban fantasy. The book is the book, Thank you, Classicor. Yeah, I'm actually I'm very pleased with the edit. Classicor, well, I don't want to get into detail about this. I will just say, Classicor, that what you and I have talked about many times has not departed. That is the Kickstarter is now imminent within a few weeks, so we're getting closer to that stuff, he said mysteriously. But going beyond that, yeah, I mean, that has been through now more edits. Garlic Tofu from Athos Arts, as one of the editors, did a wonderful edit, made a very big suggestion that was a huge change, and I think a very positive change in the book, as you'll see. Also, John did his amazing work. John Helfer's 3,000 different revisions. Like, some of them are very little, like a lot of them are like, insert a comma, take out this, move this, but it was like intense. Like, I literally couldn't put it on my laptop because 3,000 revisions to go through. I was like, well, dang. But I did. I went through them, and so that was the deal. I hate that so much. Garlic. Yeah. No, I'm looking forward to people who read both actually giving me their feedback on what they thought about it. Yeah, I hate that garlic. So anyway, sorry folks, we got a little bit off track, but my name is Arvin Elleron. For those of you who are playing, I missed this. Can someone tell me again, what is Hatnix? What were you playing? I'm sorry, I missed that. We are playing Neverwinter Nights to complete. I focus on story and narrative in my channel, play a lot of RPGs. We're in the end game here of Neverwinter Nights to complete, and I'm just wrapping up some stuff before dealing with the King of Shadows and the Shadow Reavers and all that stuff. We're moving into the last stages. So that's what I'm doing. I hope you like what you've seen here, and we'll follow the channel and we'll stick around and all that good stuff. Shadow Tactics, nice. You know, I tried to get into Shadow Tactics. I played it a little bit. I really wish that game were turn-based. I feel like it's a game that I want to like more than I do, but I feel like at a certain point the real-time nature of it is just not my bag. But I really like a lot of aspects of that game. So, I appreciate that, Adnix, yeah. It's quite lovely. The purple lichen that grows near home is in full glow right about now. But the youngest daughter goes where commanded. I do like your keep better than a fire giant's stew pot. What do you have to sell? All right, show me your wares. Okay. Can you identify this, please? Fey Spear +3. 1d6 +3. Oh, okay. That's great. Sold. Okay, this one I'm not willing to sell that yet.
Yeah.
All right, here we go, chat. Time to start selling some stuff. Oh, nice, Prince Justin. Well, listen, to be even mentioned in the same breath as Robin Hobb, I always thought of it as more along the lines of like, initially I thought of it in like, you know, Brent Weeks type of stuff, you know, shadow books and everything. I mean, to be even mentioned in the same breath as Robin Hobb is an honor. Robin Hobb, who is not only an amazing writer, but is an exceptionally nice person, who, in the only time this ever happened to me, did an interview with us for Speculate before we moved to being an actual play thing. And I ended up accidentally not recording the entire interview. And she was kind enough to reschedule and redo the entire interview, and it was even better the second time. And that's when I was like, this person is where it's at. I've been on a panel with Robin Hobb when she was moderating, and like, yeah, it's the only time in my life, literally in my life, that I've ever done an interview and the recording failed. It just didn't work. And it honestly, and it wasn't that I forgot, it was that it was supposed to be working and it didn't. I started using a different recording protocol after that point. But, yeah, only time that ever happened. And she was so nice about it that I was just like, all right, this person is a good person and also a good writer. So I hope so, Prince Justin. I worry sometimes that, like, up at that level, you know, if a certain prominent reviewer, Prince Justin, happens to just might be interested in receiving a copy of said book at some point, certain prominent reviewer, I might be willing to see what I could do about getting that reviewer a copy. It's, in all seriousness, also, that is, I mean, I would love to get, because I really admire your reviewing, so I would love to see a review of it, but I also am fully aware that you might not feel comfortable with it, so I'm cool either way. But I just wanted to mention that I was just like, yeah, man, having a chance to get a review from these wonderful people would be awesome. Yes. See, I didn't know if that was like not allowed or something, but I would love to do that, 100%. And in fact, yeah, I mean, Garlic, is that something I can pass this along to Chris too? But is that something that once the manuscript is out, because it's going through a sensitivity read now, and then I have to make a couple of adjustments based on that, and then that's it. Then it's going off, and it's going to be in layout, and then is going to be officially released to the general public. And so at that point, is that something where, Garlic, we could get Prince Justin a copy, either physical or virtual or both? Could we do that? Well, proofreaders, yeah, obviously. No, I know, but I meant like full edits, you know what I mean? That kind of thing. Would that be something we could do, Garlic? Is that cool? What the hell am I doing? Once he typesets it? Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Yeah, definitely. I would love to do that, Prince Justin. So I'll absolutely send that along. So, and obviously absolutely no, no pressure and no, nothing required in terms of having to review it once you read it or whatever. Like, completely up to you, but I'd be happy to send it to you. Okay. Okay, I don't know. I guess I have to go talk to Aldenon. I don't actually know who to speak to at this point, because... Hey, what's up, Configuration Queen? Oh, my pleasure. Thank you. What's up, Shadowed Mage? How you feeling? Hi, Configuration Queen and Shadowed Mage. How you feeling, man? You're all right? I guess you've had a restful day long, Hotchar. Not much proc activity. Still, though, not, like low, no pain day is a good day, right? There's nothing you can build. I feel a little useless. I can get more materials, but I can answer any questions. Okay. What? I think that's an error. I think this is an error. It's saying, like, look at this. He says, look at this. How does the extensive work? The outer walls wouldn't hold out a kobold with a table knife. That's what he said at the beginning. This thing is fully upgraded now. That is completely not true. That's so funny. Like, oh, this guy. All right. I'm really glad about that, Garlic. Yeah, I know how difficult it's been for so many people. Obviously, it's been a brutal year, but I'm so excited for the potential of what Greyshade, the IP, can be. I'm so excited for future books in the Longest Fall series. I've been submitting my middle grade manuscripts to agents and so on. I have a couple of revisions that I have to make based on some feedback that I got from some agents as well. But I feel very... that's been good. It's been very good for me to have a few weeks where I have not done writing except for that intensive period of about 5-6 days where I was working on revisions for Greyshade based on John's revisions. And so I'm back to, once again, being kind of like not doing that. That's been hugely beneficial to my mental outlook, so that when we get to the fall and we lead off with that Greyshade Kickstarter, I feel very excited about the fall from a professional point of view. So, and I'm hoping that people will come along. I'm definitely going to need everyone's help to promote it and push it. I mean, look, the Greyshade Kickstarter is the biggest Kickstarter I've ever personally been involved in, because it's got all of these elements with all these great teams. The tabletop role-playing game, honestly, I'm hugely excited about. Aaron Rosenberg is a very good designer, and obviously Alligator Alley knows what it's doing. I am deeply saddened that Brian Dalrymple won't be doing the art design on that because he passed away. Makes me very sad, but I'm hoping that we can really make something good out of it, as the Tales and Tomes of the Forbidden Library prove me that Alligator Alley can do. Not to mention Esper Genesis anyway. Rich Lescouflair being there helps a lot, because Rich is really good on this stuff too. So Rich and Aaron working on it, it's freaking so awesome. The board game, I've played the board game. Dylan Bertolo's very good on it, and I'm really excited for people to get a chance to try that out. Obviously the books I'm proud of, I've actually already written book 2. It needs to, it's going to have to go through multiple edits again, just like the last one, and I'm going to have to make some adjustments myself. And the last one is outlined, but has not been written because I didn't have a publisher at that point. So that's down the line. Like, in general, the series, I feel good about where the trilogy is. And then Trendane doing the audiobook, you folks know about Trend. I mean, like, Trend's narration is super legit. Like, I mean, he's such a wonderful RPer and voice actor that I think sometimes people forget. He's a really wonderful narrator. And, like, I've heard him do the opening chapters of Greyshade, and it's just chills. Like, so good. It's going to be great. One character should be called Canoe. Yeah, it's going to be great. And Classic Core obviously has read the early version of this too. So anyway, yeah. All right, you. O most noble lord of Crossroad Keep, hero of Neverwinter, your adventures are already becoming legendary. Who are you? I am Kralver Erlingstar, chosen delegate of Luskan. I come on behalf of Sydney Natal, ranking mistress of the Huss Tower of the Arcane. Sydney Natal's the one that I'm supposed to recruit someone as a sergeant. I bid you greetings from Luskan, your friend in the north. Well met, Kralver. Yes, well, I'll get right to the point. Sydney Natal wishes to meet with you to share information she's obtained regarding a weakness of the Shadow Reavers. Okay, I do need to figure out the Shadow Reavers' weakness. What weakness? Regrettably, I am not privy to that information. It's my understanding that Mistress Natal is keeping this quite secret, even from the Huss Tower of the Arcane. 5e, yeah, it's 5e. Yeah, it just makes too much sense not to do it, Rock God. Having it be 5e compatible, like, just opens up a whole broad audience. It's something which most people are familiar with. Rich Lescouflair, as a DM's adept, like a DM's Guild adept who does this all the time, like, knows this stuff backwards and forwards, so, like, it's perfect for that. So, yeah, it just made sense to do that. And most importantly, I'm convinced that these 5e compatible systems can be made very different from each other. Esper Genesis is very... Yeah, thank you for putting that down, Triffid. Yeah, Esper Genesis is very different in feel. It feels very spacey, like space opera as it's supposed to. Adventures of Middle-earth feels very different with its use of shadow points and corruption, the fellowship phases, all that stuff, audiences, journeys, all those rules really modify the 5e quality of it, so I think it's great. And I've just seen that happen again and again. So we are going to have in the tabletop role-playing game, there are some different rules that really, I think, set you in the world of Greyshade and set you in the city of Corel, where the first book is set, just very, very strongly. And again, so I wouldn't have gone the 5e route if I didn't know that you can make something have a very different feel so that someone playing Adventures of Middle-earth is not going to feel like they're playing Dungeons & Dragons. The qualities of it will be familiar to them, but it feels very different. Anyone who's watched the campaign will tell you it feels very different than what we do with D&D or with Esper Genesis or with any of the other 5e compatible stuff that's out there. So, yeah. So it just makes sense to do it, I think. Now, as I was saying, Sydney Natal wishes to meet with you and certain of your companions that she believes can make the most use of the information she intends to provide. You know what, Rock God? I mean, I don't want to say that there might be... Okay, Shadowed. What's up, Golden Drake? Of course, Shadowed Mage is also going to be producing those custom sub-badges. He is responsible for the overlays that you see now, most of them on the channel and stuff. So Shadowed has got it going on. And Shadowed, feel better, my friend. Just go ahead and lurk away. Yeah, I'm telling you right now, Rock God. You know, I mean, playing a tabletop role-playing game set in my universe... with assassins and with, like, you know, I just might have to go down that route. I mean, I'm not saying that I would definitely do anything like that or that I haven't been champing at the bit to actually play this game on my own channel, but I'm just, you know, I'm saying. Oh, yeah. No, I didn't. I'm sorry, Shadowed. I didn't mean that as, like, do it now. I just meant, like, I saw your name again, and I was like, by the way, this is this thing that's happening, So, yeah. Yeah. Why did Sydney send you instead of just coming here directly? Mistress Natal is keeping the information she has a secret, even from her brethren in the Huss Tower. She wishes to have a clandestine meeting at a neutral location away from the prying eyes of Luskan, Neverwinter, and Crossroad Keep. She can meet me at Crossroad Keep, I won't go to her. I'm afraid that is impossible. She will meet with you privately or not at all. Which companions does she want to meet with? The talented girl from the academy, Quara. Oh, God. And the Githzerai, Zaiv. Do you have other questions? I'll need to think about it. Very well, I'll wait here until you're ready. I hope it won't be too long. Oh, God, I have to go with Quara. Ugh. Alright, I need to go speak on my wizard's tower, obviously, since we have one now. Actually, where is the Wizard's Tower? That's the church. Oh. Good to see you, Golden Drake. Alright. Sup, Star Tier. The terms, lodging for one, space for research, and access to assistance have been met. Tower is suitable for my needs. Your recompense has already been provided. I requested a manservant from your subordinate, Kana. He shall provide access to some of my spare arcane trinkets for a price. I require privacy and silence. You teach me anything? We're both practitioners of the art, but we channel it in different ways. I can be of no service to you. Know that I was a prime dweller like yourself, but my studies led me beyond. If your travels ever take you beyond, know that there are powers in the worlds that ought not be trifled with. Where's your home? You are in it now. If you travel it enough, where your walking staff comes to rest is the only home you know. The closest home I have is Sigil. What's Sigil? The city of doors, ruled by the Lady of Pain, a neutral ground for the planewalkers to meet and trade. If you survive your current trials, perhaps one day I can entertain you there. But enough of my travels. Yeah, I don't know if you've really got that in you, Rock God. It's a whole different world for you. What are the powers? Devil and demons, gods and goddesses, abstract principles and immutable constants. Those are the powers. Although, keep in mind, Rock God, as you'll see when you read it, the Order of Argoth and the Service, which is the actual assassin organization within the Order, they are not reckless. In fact, they go out of their way to be super disciplined. That's part of the thing, as you'll see. Hey, what's up, Stalio? Thank you. I appreciate that, Stalio, very much. Yeah, I'm excited. I really am excited for you folks to see it again. I feel like I was proud of the book before. I feel like the editing that's been done with John and with Emily and with the sensitivity reader coming up is just improved it that much more, and I'm excited for it. And my editors tell me they think it's a good book, so I trust them. So I was told by both Emily and John that they both thought it was a good book, and so I'm like, all right, I'm gonna believe you then. Devil and demons, gods and goddesses, abstract principles and immutable constants. Those are the powers. Actually, one other thing I want to say, if I really appreciate all the people who've been talking about it, if you are, can I ask you, I'm starting as of this Tuesday. I already talked about it and made the announcement several times, but I'm going to be starting to tweet about this starting on Tuesday. I'm going to be doing it at least a couple times a week for the first couple weeks, and then as we get closer, I'm going to hype it more. And the week before it, I'm going to hype it a lot before the actual thing happens. If people could retweet those tweets about Greyshade, feel free to retweet and like whatever tweets of mine you like or not, up to you. But if you were able to retweet those with something about like, I'm really excited about this, or you could even I'm hoping my indie bookstore near me is going to pick it up, whatever. That's hugely helpful, because building a critical mass of interest just with your own small communities, however small your own community is, it doesn't matter. Just like letting people know, or spreading the word, or telling someone about it on Reddit, or whatever, or posting a picture on Instagram of you being excited about it. I don't know. Like, any of those things is really helpful in kind of building up some advanced hype for it. And then I think once it actually launches, I think the product will speak for itself. The quality of the books, the game, the board game, the role-playing game, the whole bit, the audiobook. But sort of hyping it up would definitely help with that. That's it. And as Garlic Tofu says, I'm really excited to have Athos Arts publishing it. I'm excited to be working with them. And, we've made some pretty good stuff before. Icarus, I think, came out beautifully in large part because of the support we had from Athos and all the work they did on that. And so, yeah, I'm excited. Yeah, and it really helps because it's the kind of thing that doesn't just rely on one person. Like, Athos, Alligator Alley, Clarion, the individual people involved, John and Dylan will certainly talk it up, and Aaron will, talk about it and whatever. Tren will obviously be tweeting about it, and obviously me, I'll be talking about it, and the publishers will be talking about it. But we can say all we want till we're blue in the face. This is great. This is awesome. You should do this. Having people who are not us, that are doing this separately from us, really makes a difference, because all we need is for a number of those people. First of all, you can let other people know, and that adds those people into the mix. But beyond that, if that stuff gets out there, then it means those people can spread it to the point where someone can pick it up and be like, wow, like Garlic can talk about the Alia Terra Kickstarter. There were a couple of people who, when they noticed it, you know, tweeted about it or picked it up, and they had a following that people were like, oh my God, right? So that's the kind of thing that can really help us, is not just me over and over again being like, hey, check out this book, I'm really happy with it, blah, blah, blah. Check out this Kickstarter, we're really happy with all the components of it. But having people talk about it that are not us, you know, really makes a difference. Thank you, Stalio. That energy really makes a difference. So, anyway. Okay, these are the powers. Back to Neverwinter Nights. Before you ask it me, I will tell you no more. A caution, stay clear of them. How do you travel? Perhaps in time that is a secret you will uncover, but I will talk no more of it. This NPC has no quest for you currently. Okay. Alright, shopkeeper. This place is a mess. Master Startier has given me a list of items he will sell you for a price. Want to see what's available? Let me know. Alright, what do we got? Greater Mantle of Spell Resistance. Spell Resistance 20 is pretty sick. White Robe of the Archmagi. I already have that, though. Staff of Almaxian. Use Chain Lightning, Ethereal Visage, Fireball, +2 AC, +3 staff. Wow, in ancient times, the proud and quarrelsome wizard Valmaxian was a man of great power and prominence. He crafted this staff with the aid of a demon, all to win the heart of Chasiana, the daughter of his long-dead master. When the debt came due, the demon demanded Chasiana as his price. In a rage, Valmaxian descended into the abyss and used the staff to battle the demon and rescue the woman he loved. Dang. Oh, nice, Garlic Tofu. Yeah, totally agree, Mrs. Dunsel, yeah. The wizard's ally, huh? Camaraderie among the Arcane Brotherhood is an illusion. Oh, I already know about this, yeah. I already know about that. Okay. These are all a bunch of spells, which I already have a bunch of. Ring of Wizardry. Do you have a bag of holding? Ah, not that exciting. All right, not that exciting. I bet I can't get in there, can I? Should let me into my own freaking tower. All right. Anyway. All right, we got to go meet with Sydney Natal. This Luskin thing screams trap to me, but I do need to figure out how to get through to the Shadow Reavers. That's one of the things I have to do. I built the Alliance, so the Alliance is all taken care of. So now all I need to do is I need to figure out the Shadow Reavers and then get into the Vale of Merdalin to battle Mr. King of Pain himself. So... You just like garlic and tofu. I never thought of the innuendo part. I just thought of that. Okay, let me just check quickly with Kana. I'll be right back out to you, Luskin guy. Another note in a package from Darad. Somehow they've uncovered information about the Guardian. They've proven capable enough and even useful. If they come again, I'll make sure to grab you. Ooh, I'm going to have to check on that in a minute. Port on Crossroad Keep. Why is morale low? A lot of gold. 44 recruits, 25 merchants, 2 peasants. Buildings not constructed, none. Land security is low. Yeah, we're getting there. Road security is average. Road conditions are pretty good. Alright, what's this letter say? Ring of Positive Thinking. Minus Wisdom. +1 Intelligence. Resistance negative energy 15. I'll get right to using that, Darad. Oh god, what's this note say? To the Knight Captain of Crossroad Keep. You're battling the police. So to speak. King of Pain! Every time I say King of Shadows, I just keep thinking of that. I gotta get this guy's voice right. To the Knight Captain of Crossroad Keep. I am absolutely thrilled to report our latest findings. After our last trip into the Mare of Dead Men, we were not eager to return. Maxil had a brilliant suggestion for once. He said that when you lose something, such as your lucky stockings, more on that later, the best way to find it is to not look for it, and eventually it will come to you. So to execute Maxil's stratagem, we set off to Port Last in order to not find information about the Guardian. In Port Last, we encountered a strange pair of scholars who told us of the Wendersnaven, a race of omniscient beings who, as near as we could tell, either live in floating trees in Neverwinter Wood, or float on living trees in Neverwinter River. We set out to find these beings, figuring that if they were truly omniscient, they would know all about the Guardian. Unfortunately, we ended up getting lost following the directions of the scholars from Port Last. We ended up in the mountains, where we encountered the rather surly spirit of a dead dragon who offered us some treasure if we would help him. We took his treasure, fully intending to help, but suddenly we were chased away by a black dragon. When fleeing for our lives, my lucky stockings fell from my pack and became caught on a massive claw of the dragon. After we escaped, I must admit I forgot all about learning about the Guardian and was instead obsessed with reclaiming my lucky stockings from the Black Dragon. We trailed after the dragon, which led to some ruins that Juen told me was once an Ilfarn temple. Suddenly, remembering our mission, I said a silent goodbye to my lucky stockings and set us to exploring the ruins. After an exhausting search, we uncovered a tidbit of information about the Guardian that I hope will be valuable to you. The Guardian was a vegetarian! Sigh. With this new knowledge, I was able to theorize, and the others agreed, not a very meaty piece of information, that if one were to face the King of Shadows, he would not actually devour you, as the old wives' tales would have you believe. But what if I were to have Eleni grow into a treant in her plant wild shape form? Check and mate, Derrid. Now that you are armed with this information, you may plan your strategy accordingly for when you at last face the King of Shadows. Along with this letter, I have sent a package containing a trinket that I have been carrying around since the beginning of my adventuring days. I figure you will need it more than I in the dark days to come, and all my ring fingers are now full from all the treasure we have found on our journeys. Respectfully, Idiot and Buffoon. Derrid and Company. This guy... I just... The Guardian is apparently a vegetarian, and he's like, so therefore the Guardian won't devour you. And I'm like... I just was like, I don't, they're like, this, I don't, Welp. Yeah, I mean, this is part one of many, many questions I have, CQ. Many questions. All right. Let's go talk. Yeah, all right. I'll meet. Very well, great. Are you, Zaev and Quara, prepared for a journey? Why Zaev and Quara? Mistress Natal has not provided me with the information, just the names and a mandate that I'm not to return without the three of you. Alright, here we go. It's time to level up. Alright, Quara, a character I haven't used in approximately 40 hours. Here we go. I think I have some stuff in this bag for you. I have a gray robe of the Archmagi, which... Oh, wait, is that not going to work for you?
What's going on?
Oh, it is going to work for you. Well, what's going on is you're about to get a big upgrade. That's the first thing that's going on. You literally have a quarterstaff.
Quickly.
Do I have anything else I can give you? Could give you a ring of positive thinking. Actually, that's pretty funny. I should give the ring of positive thinking to Quora.
What's going on?
You definitely deserve this. God. All right. Time to level you up repeatedly. Here we go. Oh, I forgot she's a sorcerer. Ah, shoot. I kept thinking she's a wizard. I should know that because she kept talking about those book learners and all that. All right. All right. Spellcraft, obviously. And lore. And you better make yourself useful with heal. Practice spellcaster. Yes, obviously. Alright, here we go. 4th level spell. You better make it summon creature. We're gonna need... We don't have a lot of people. We're gonna need more people there. Let's see. We're also going to need this because your armor situation is not great. That could be useful. Let's go yes on that. Alright. Not lately, because she's been sitting buried in the tavern where I put her. She's my second least favorite. Well, she battles it out with Nishka for my second least favorite. It goes Bishop is the worst, and then it goes her and Nishka. Zaev is my favorite character, actually, so Zaev being with her probably helps a little bit. It's one of those ones where I'm just going to be ignoring her as much as possible. Okay. Thinking about... I like that, actually. This is Act 3. Screaming, stealth! This is Act 3. This is the final act. Yeah, I agree, Golden Drake. Yeah, I will probably be doing that Sparkly next. I wanted to get that in, though. I'm trying to get anything that's going to allow me to summon creatures, because I'm going to need more. Especially, like, none of my characters here are tanky at all. Like, Kelgar's my main tank, but I could have others that could be off tanks. I'm telling you right now, Zaev and Quara are not it. And my main character is an archer with a bear that dies quickly because it doesn't scale very well. So, I'm going to need people, is what I'm going to need. Vitriolic Sphere. Let's see. Firebrand. Yeah. Who even needs a tank? Well, you say that until they start wailing away at you. Phantasmal Killer is awfully good. A little bit of a... Yeah, Ice Storm. Although, you know what, though? Actually... Yeah, Lesser Spell Breach might be useful. gonna have to think about spell penetration with one of these feats too. Oh wait, no, haste. Oh, Blade Weaver. Okay. It's useful. 1 minute per level is nice. That's going to be for a long time then. Okay. Charisma. There you go, Classicor. Yeah, Stone Skin is actually, although I think I think some of this may be overlapping with Zaiv a bit, but all right, here we go. Spell penetration, yes, please. All right, level 6 spell, Greater Stone Skin is going to be needed. Sixteen. Okay. Oh, wait, actually. Oh, I did do that. All right, another level 6 spell. Well, Disintegrate's always powerful. Let's see. 40d6. Greater Spell Breach is possible. Yeah, I don't like Stone Body for a variety of reasons. Yeah, I got Firebrand. I already got Firebrand Hippo. Greater Heroism, yes. Yes. Trying to think about going into this place what I might potentially need. Cloud Kill is something which often works depending on the situation, so I'm going to use it. It's worked in Infinity Engine games for me, related ones like this, in the past. This is not an Infinity Engine game, but like that. Okay. Concentration. Spellcraft. Hold on to the rest. You gotta hold on to what you got. Yes, Missile Storm is something I'm definitely looking at. Mordenkainen's Sword is very possible. Spell Mantle is also powerful. Yeah, I already have energy immunity elsewhere. 1 round per level. 18 seconds plus 6 seconds per level. So it's like 10 minutes. Okay. Isaac's Greater Oh, yeah. I got to do that. Greater Magic Missile Storm. Isaac's always feels like Paul Newman's own or something. Like, it's always like... I always thought it was kind of a weird looking... Okay. And here we go with another feat. All right. Greater spell penetration, please. Yeah, prismatic I would like more if it wasn't in danger of hitting my companions. Spell mantle is too specific to the caster. Power word blind, by the way, is quite useful. There we go. Isaac's Greater Missile Storm. There it is. Dominate person. Old monster might be useful also. All right. Oh, I mean, I always understood that it would be. Just thinking about Khan, but no. Okay, 19. 19. All right, level 8. Here we go. Oh, man. Protection from spells. All right. Polar Ray. 1d6 points of cold damage per caster level. Mind Blank is very useful. 60 seconds per level. That's really, really nice, too. Greater Undead. Incendiary Cloud is nasty. Hard Wilting is not, yeah. Mass Blindness and Deaf. All enemies are struck blind and deaf. That could be very useful. That Mind Blank could be very, very useful. God, 10 points of melee damage per caster level. So that means like 170 points of melee damage would be earned by this. Good gravy. Sunburst is useful against the undead. Yeah, I'm going to go with that. That's especially because of where we're going into. I could see mind-altering spells being a thing. Right. 20, 20, 20. Heal. That's so nice. Just wish it did more than just the caster. Mass Charm Monster. Good night, Configuration Queen. Oh, man. Greater Elemental. Might do that energy immunity. I think Saeed has one of those too. Okay. Alright. There we go. You're level 17 sorcerer, people.
Yes.
Good grief. Yeah, yes is right. Alright. Saved. Okay. Now, you. Ah, this should be the place. This looks like a dead end. Not to worry. Mistress Natal will be joining us momentarily. Krelver, leave us. We shall speak more later concerning the timeliness of your arrival and the lack thereof. Oh, wait a minute. Yes, mistress. Haha, don't wet yourself, dog. Jalboon, enough. Thank you for agreeing to meet with me. This sometimes does this after that one thing. I saw the ore there just now, and I'm like, whoops. I should have checked that out beforehand. I hope that I don't end up being taken out of this area too fast. Captain, and the Gith, I see. And Kara, your father's a mage of the academy, is he not? Yes, but we're not that much alike. I'll say. You're a dainty one. You look to weigh a stone and 2 pebbles, am I right? You'll be able to judge for yourself when I'm standing on top of your charred body. Jalboon! What? Just trying to make conversation with the fiery one, but turns out she's cold as the nethers of Icewind Dale. I can see why you're no longer an officer of Luskan. Now be silent, fool. I hired you for your brawn, not your tongue. Yes, sir. I'll just stand here and be a good lummox, you'll see. I'm sorry I had to send Kralver to fetch you. I would have come to Crossroad Keep myself, but too many eyes follow my movements. You have information about how to defeat the Shadow Reavers? You know of true names? I brought a scroll containing the true names of each of the Shadow Reavers. The Host Tower of the Arcane keeps a record of the true names of all its members to use against them should they ever violate their contracts. Why didn't you use Garius' true names to stop him? Garius and his supporters had all of Luskan wrapped around his finger up until he conducted the ritual, and by then it was too late. After the ritual, the Arcane Brotherhood tried to use the true names of Garius and the others, but they didn't work. They've ascended from their mortal forms and become something else. Since they could no longer control Garius, the Host Tower was quick to divorce itself of any involvement with Garius and his constituents. The true names I retrieve are among the records to be purged. Just in time, in fact. Why did you bother if they're useless? The Host Tower assumed they were useless, but I suspected otherwise. My intuition is rarely wrong in such matters, and it has kept me alive many times. So I performed a divination on the true names, and they revealed a link. Unfortunately, I don't have the lore to decipher the results. You, examine this. What do you see? Well, I can read these, and I believe that they can be of use to us. Knowing the name of a being gives one power over it, and could weaken the Reavers enough to kill them. Oh wow, that's cool, Rock God. So you could read these names aloud? The recitation is difficult, but I can give these voice, yes, but then you're of use to me. But you, however, are not. We both wish to stop Black Garius. Why can't we work together? Grovel all you like. The Host Tower does not negotiate or ally themselves with anyone. We take what we wish. I have no need of you and have no care for whether you live or die. You are merely a vehicle to deliver these two to me. What do you want with Zeev? Having the names and reciting them are not the same, but the Gith can bridge that gap. When I have defeated each of the Reavers myself, I will return to Luskan to secure my claim as master of one of the spires of the Host Tower. Then you act foolishly. In ambushing us, you undermine yourself when more could be done if we were allied. Forget this. I say we burn this Host Tower mage and take the names. Ah, Quara, you'd be a treasure to keep, if circumstances were not otherwise. If you're going to kill us, go on and try it, you witch, before your perfume does the job for you. Oh, Quara, I won't bother with you myself. I'll let my servant finish the job as was intended. What? What are you talking about? My dear, the Host Tower has been promised your father's entire academy as servants to train as we see fit, to use as we see fit. The only price is that we deal with you, permanently. It's really something we can't pass up, even considering your natural talent. It's a waste of such potential, but it's best to quench a fire before it grows out of control. Brandhauser, what's up? Thank you for the resub. Thank you, Brandhauser. Thank you very much. I wish I had summoned more creatures.
Mind Flayer slave.
I had not thought it possible. You have defeated it, destroyed it utterly. Save it, witch. If that's your last trick, you don't have much future left. Dear Quara, you are quite a catch indeed, and such a temper. Jalboon, earn your pay and slay them. I'll match whatever she's paying you to attack her instead. No thanks. I don't think I'd enjoy being in your employ any more than being in hers, unless you can sweeten the pot. I'll double her wages. Heh, sounds like a fine deal. Been wanting to clobber this witch since we left Luskan. What? You traitorous wretch! This is not going well. All right. This is bad.
You shall soon trouble no one again.
Come on. All right. This is very bad. Okay. Okay. Oh, get out of there, get out of there, get out of there. Shoot. This is bad. Sorry, chat. I'm kind of, Okay. Okay, keep at it. All right. Okay, again, this is not great. This whole situation is not great. Dude.
too long.
All right. Dude, what? Got you. Got you, got you, got you. I got you myself. I got you myself, you Luskin piece of crap. Suck it. Look at this. That witch didn't have the power to stop us, and those Reavers won't either. Yeah, thanks, Quara. Much good that you were doing. Woo! I had to use like 8 critical, heal critical potions, but despite this ambush, this battle has worked in our favor. These true names, absolutely, Miranda, are a weapon we can use against the Reavers. We should return to the keep with them at once. Yeah, let's go. The sooner we're back at the keep, the better. This was so obviously a trap, but...
I cannot carry this weight and still move.
That was pretty sweet. I gotta be honest. That was pretty sweet. Thank you, thank you. A lot of that was just, you know, I had a lot of resistances that I could use and whatever, and that just... That was part of it. Oh, man. Problem, of course, is that I have... Kelgar is my, you know... Kelgar is my, my guy that I'm supposed to use to, you know... Thank you, Dragonspear. I got a little... You know, I needed to get those assassins off of me because those ones were just... I mean, I was dodging a lot of them, but there were like 6 of them. And it was getting a little dicey, and it took her a while before I finally dealt with what was left. I'm glad that I got the guy that I said I doubled his wages. He didn't survive anyway, so... Oh well. Okay, Eleni, I need you to identify some of this stuff, please. The Book of Fire.
Make your path mine.
Leather armor +3. Bah! Scroll contains a jumble of writing in a script undecipherable to your eyes. According to Zaev, this scroll contains the true names of the Shadow Reavers. Using this scroll to recite their names will make them vulnerable to being destroyed utterly. Awesome. That is definitely worth it. It was definitely worth it. Not an easy fight.
Yes.
Not an easy fight, but worth it to get that. That's another crafting thing that I don't care about. Dart of Stunning and gold necklace. All right. Oh, I don't know what it is. Do you know what it is?
You follow behind.
Wow, none of you know. All right.
I am listening.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, alright, so that's good, actually, in the sense that that didn't take as long as I thought it would to do that, so... Alright, now I gotta get back to the keep. I gotta walk back to the keep, slowly, clearly. Identify some stuff. And Quara can go back to where she belongs in the tavern. Yeah, you passed your saving throw versus death magic, exactly. Oh, here's
Did the
Amangero.
Husk Tower Mage offer anything of value?
I claim the true names of the Shadow Reavers from her corpse.
And you think the names they held while they were human will have power over their new forms? I am not certain.
Know that the Kalakcha is correct in this. It will give us the power to make them vulnerable, and once we have done that, we may undo them.
Indeed. Show them to me.
Know that I am entrusted with them, and will keep them with
Good.
me.
Good.
They have not been copied elsewhere.
Hell yeah.
What I hold is the only
I'm not going
record
to
of
show
them.
this to you, Amangero. Exactly.
If you think safety lies with that one, you are entrusting our salvation to a blind woman.
Perhaps you mistake faith for blindness, but I have faith in the Kalakcha, and the Kalakcha has faith in me. Know that this blind woman is perhaps the only one on this plane aside from our enemies who can read these scripts and use the names as weapons.
You are mistaken. I think you will find the secrets of that script are as apparent to me as they are to you. So either you or I could use them as weapons, which I think benefits us both.
And
then
I
let
think
us each be armed for the battle that awaits. I shall provide you with a scroll with the names, and we shall both carry them as blades.
In the meantime, I think your Lieutenant Kana has had some success in tracking the Reaver's movements. I would go see her. Then we can decide on our next course of action.
Right, exactly, Brandhauser. I don't think it's going to work. Can I see them? This guy has serious FOMO, I'm telling you right now. The thing is, basically, Amanjaro is a thing of convenience, right? Like, I would not have picked him. He freaking killed Chandra, and then he was like, oh, I'm sorry. So, like, the only reason that I'm still working with this clown is because I need him. But I'm not going to freaking give Amanjaro this stuff. I like Zaev. All right, Deacon. I need you to identify something for me, sir. Ring of Power. Oh, nice. Minstrel Lostbone was a powerful priest of Malar who enjoyed many a bloody brawl or battle, but felt that such fights were simply over too soon. Studying the regenerative capabilities of trolls, Minstrel was convinced that more entertainment value could be garnered from a field of regenerating warriors in a regular battlefield, so he commissioned the creation of a number of powerful rings. When the rings were finished, he distributed them to particularly vicious warriors who were often on opposite sides of the battlefield. So freedom of movement, which is really good, +1 regen, that's solid, and then resistance, cold, electrical, and fire. It's a good ring. It is a good ring, and it's considerably better than that. Jeez, why do I still have that? Good gravy. All right. You, yeah. Sell that. Sell that. Sell that. Sell that. Can you identify this for me, please, Deacon? Scale mail +2. That's great. Who cares? Short sword +4. Sell that. I think that's the long sword that I keep on me just in case. Robe of electrical resistance I can sell. There we go. Yeah, how about... What do I have right now? A ring of protection +2? Okay, let me see if I can get a ring of protection +4 from this guy. I did try to save Chandra. She freaking was not even there. I was like trying to clear this fortress, and then she was like, no one, the only one who can save me is me. I must sacrifice myself. And I'm like, what? No. My fault. Okay. All right. Hashtag blame Marv. Tough crowd, man. Tough crowd. I know what I did. All right, so we got the Shadow Reavers thing taken care of. We've got the alliances. Now we just need to actually go there and deal with them. So, oh wait. I have to go to. I have to tell them about the ore that I found first of all, and then I have to go upgrade my men's weapons even further. It's confusing to me that both of them can do... I guess they're both just like... It doesn't... Like, I guess it's just in case you miss one of them, but I have both of them. You know? But it seems odd to me. Thank you, Miranda. We all know what you did. I did perform to the best of my abilities, and my abilities are considerable. We can save Neverwinter on multiple occasions. Freaking built this city. Built this city on rock and roll. Alright. Okay, right, you're done. I need to see if I can upgrade any more. You. Do I have a... Alright, I guess I've upgraded them as much as I can. That's what I'm saying, Sparkly. That's what I'm saying. It was Amanjero's fault. I wasn't even there. I was trying to freaking fight through demons, and I did. I kicked butt and took names, man.
Knight Captain, welcome back. Have you found what you needed to counter the Shadow Reavers? Excellent. I've had our scouts scouring the lands for the Reavers. They are elusive,
Hashtag blame
but we've
Amanjero.
tracked one of their number. It patrols with a large force near Crossroad Keep. I'll mark the position on your map. We only know its general location, so be careful not to stumble into a trap. Good luck in your hunting, Captain.
Sure, I don't do that already. Okay, first of all, I received a message from Captain Brelaine in Neverwinter. She's requesting that we assign several of her men to her. The city is apparently not faring well throughout the evacuation, and she needs every hand she can get. Looting and rioting could devastate Neverwinter. Requesting 10% of our men. Some of these to replace watchmen she's lost across Crossroad Keep. Many left the watch to work with you, especially after you were knighted. With the training you've given the cloaks, our men could help Brelaine out greatly. Let's see. Okay. All right, so okay. All right, good. All right, we've done that. So good, that's taken care of. All right, lovely. So now we've taken care of what we needed to there. And so on this auspicious, rainy ass day. Actually, I do want to see. I guess I have all of it. Okay. So we have Shadow Reavers must be located. And then we reach the Vale of Merdelane is all that's left. All right. Shadow Reavers time. Okay. Well. That's great. Thanks for that adamantine ingot. Okay, goodbye, Quara forever. Alright, we are bringing Kelgar, who's critical. We are bringing Nishka, who unfortunately is critical. And we are going to bring Eleni. Okay. Let us go to... That's the Shadow Reaver camp. That's convenient. X marks the spot, literally. Whoa.
Do you remember me? I am the one who tasted the lifeblood of several of those in Castle Never, whom you swore to protect.
Good night,
you
Garlic.
should have learned then that I cannot be destroyed. Yield now, and I shall make your end quick. Defy me, and you shall die for days.
I have your true name, fiend.
You think that will make a difference? The ritual burned clean all of my ties to pathetic mortality.
I defeated you once, I can do so
In
again.
Castle Never, you had the advantages of surprise and greater numbers. Here, those advantages are mine.
Know that I possess the name, but will need time to give it voice. You must shield me until the name has been spoken, or this battle is lost.
All right. Okay. All right. Okay. You'd be so good. All right, one more of those, please. Welp. What the heck? Okay, good. Everyone doing well? Everyone set? Everyone fine?
It is another shard. Perhaps the last
Nice.
one we need.
The last one we need. Yeah, reading Joe Smith. His name is Bob. Oh, that's the Red Skull. Okay. Is this the last piece?
The last? No. But enough to unite the blade and achieve victory? I think yes. Know that if we can discover how to reforge the blade, then we will have the only weapon that can harm the King of Shadows.
All right. Well, death magic immunity is nice. Wicked Union. On the eve of war in Hillsfar 679 DR, a militia force desperate for arms appropriated the wares of several traveling merchants. One of the wagons seized held weapons bound for the enemy, a score of sighs that radiated evil. Clerics tried to erase the taint within and render them useful, but the result was far from perfect. They were left as a wicked union of fell and fair, with neither satisfied completely. +1 stun, 75%, 1 round, vampiric generation +3. Okay, whatever. Kelgar, I need you to hold on to that. I need you to hold on to this. This is going to go over to you, Nishka. You're going to put that in that bag there. Well, I forgot I need to get more cure critical potions. Yes. The fire goes in here. Goes in there. Close that up.
Yes.
And... All right. Let's rest, please. All right. So, return to Crossroad Keep to figure out how the sword may be reforged. Oh, all right. Well, okay. So we just... All right, that's it with the Shadow Reaver? I thought there were more than one Shadow Reaver. Okay. name is Jon Snow. I missed 2 O's. Yeah. Oh. You think so? Okay. All right. We reforged the silver sword, people. A lot of back and forth in this section. Like, just like, go here, you know, for 3 seconds and go back and do that. Then go this, go that. But it is good that we're setting up for the final battle. Honestly, my main character, Arvin, is wrecking face right now, which is great with the damage. Just boom, kaboom, 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 kaboom. It's great.
I presume reciting the true name worked.
Know that the name made it vulnerable, and the Shadow Reaver is no more. And we recovered another shard upon its body. Know that other pieces of the blade are missing. But I think with this shard, we now have enough.
Enough to remake the blade. And how do you know that?
I simply know.
Because I'm better than you.
But the pieces are not enough. I still do not understand how the sword was broken in the first place. Was it the power of the avatar of the King of Shadows? I was not there when it shattered, so I do not know.
Yeah, a conversation between her and Yoda would be pretty epic, right? Hammond, can you offer any insight?
If I could, I would. But you are right to ask me. At least I speak plainly, unlike the Gith. I was too busy being detained on the lower planes after the battle with the Avatar, and have had little time since then to discover how the blade was broken. But there is one who has had much time to consider.
You know nothing, Jon
knows
Snow.
Something of the King of
I mean, like,
Shadows.
why would I ask her when she already said, I don't know why this happened?
The King of Shadows has had many enemies. In the distant past, he fought an ancient dragon by the name of Nololoth, and their battle spanned the plains. Nololoth was defeated, unfortunately.
The King of Shadows defeated Nololoth. How could we speak with him?
He was struck down, but his spirit was chained to this realm by the Ilfarn Empire until they could find a way to heal him. He was their mercenary, you see. But neither he nor the Ilfarn were able to give the other what they needed. Nololoth was defeated, and so were the Ilfarn.
Great. So why are we talking to him now when we should have been talking to him earlier?
Nololoth held little else of value concerning the King of Shadows. Or so I thought until the Gith sought to enlighten us about this last shard.
Suspicion is something that you know well, Amon.
Oh.
Know that I, too, have suspicions concerning sudden revelations, such as this dragon you have suddenly cast light upon. I find coincidences, too, to be a rare thing. There is often more reason behind them that can be seen with the eye.
An amusing notion from one who is blinded by her own beliefs. I tire of this. In any event, this information may prove useless. The last time Nololoth and I spoke, we did not part on friendly terms. He has little reason to help us, or me. I inquired after information to defeat the King of Shadows, and Nololoth wished more than I could give at the time.
If this Nololoth knows how the blade was broken, then that is knowledge we must have.
Tell us where we can find him.
I can give you Nololoth's location, but it's not an easy journey. In the past, Nololoth had many guardians, red dragons, all of whom infest the area where he is chained.
Great.
He is something of a legend in their eyes, and they make the pilgrimage to bask in his presence, and perhaps to steal secrets of the ancient
Amangero,
Ilfar
no.
ruins where
I
he
think
resides.
Amangero is very
I will mark
focused
its
on
location
himself,
on your
honestly.
map, and I am sure at least your Gith follower will wish to accompany you.
Okay. So, right. Great. Let me just go in and sell this stuff.
Follow me and quickly.
And I need to get potions, too. I need some cure critical potions. Deacon. Alright.
Yes.
Oh, God damn it.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Sell that. Sell that. Great. Now.
Follow me and quickly.
I need potions. Tell me, please, that you've got... Heal. Lovely. Just what I want. Oh, you've only got one? Oh, come on, man. I'm gonna buy one potion of lore just in case. Yeah, I'll buy that too. Deacon, I am disappointed. I gotta be honest. I was expecting more from you. I mean, you know, thanks for the heal and all, but like... Okay. Yeah, I mean, right. I didn't. I wouldn't even have been in the... I mean, he and Bishop would be an interesting group. Oh, shut up. No, I'll tell you to shut up. Okay. Let's see. Where's my... magic bag? Yeah. But that's not... a greater magic bag. What I really need... yeah, there you go. Only one of them, though. Well. Another heal potion, though. Gotta work on your freaking stock, my dude. All right. 2 heals now. And 1 critical. That one we're going to put in the magic bag. Okay. Good. All right, that's better. Everyone's got healings. Wait, Eleni, you have no... oh. Okay, you do have a couple, right?
Yes.
And you've got that. All right.
Yes. Follow me and quickly.
I'm going to split this, actually. I want you to have a few of these. Oh. You been holding out on me? What are you doing with that thing in here? Put this over here. Right, you're fine with those. You take this then, Eleni.
Yes.
Okay, you're also fine with those. You can use that. And a potion of heal. Great. Okay. All right. Everybody's got potions that they need now. Wonderful. All right. Okay, so now Ammon, Bishop, Casimir, Sanquara group banter would be interesting. Oh my god, it's just everyone like, shut up! No, you shut up! No, you... It's like bad outtakes of the Suicide Squad. Okay. High Cliff. Alright. And now we can... let's go talk to Nololoth. Alright. I'm going to talk to Nololoth, gather information about reforging the sword, and then we just have to get through the Vale of Myrtleine and we'll be all good. See, this group of characters I don't mind except for Nishka. Zaiv's actually my favorite character. I like Kelgar a lot. Eleni I like too. And Nishka, well, Nishka is just my only rogue. That's all. So, Nololoth's Valley. All right, here we go. So there's going to be mega freaking red dragons everywhere, so that's going to be great. Oh, great, great. That's great. That's great. Arv in Valley. Though I walked through the valley of the shadow of death. Alright. Let's see. Let's... Familiar.
Yes.
I would like you also to summon your animal companion. If you could wild shape into Shambling Mound.
Yes.
If you please could summon your top creature.
I am listening.
Why all of a sudden we have a male voice for that? I don't know.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and I think you've got Greater Stone Skin, right? Greater Stone Skin, which will be cast on... Oh, alright.
I am listening.
Okay. Now we are ready. No more people ambushing me before I've set anything up. Alright. Here we go.
We have been climbing for some time, but I feel that our destination is near.
What? We just started climbing.
Look there. It is the path that Amanjaro spoke of. The one that winds like the tail of a great beast.
Let's be off. What the heck? Okay. And then up this way. Oh god. Hey, if everyone wouldn't mind attacking, that would be great. What is the Greater Earth Elemental is just going to stand around? Is that the idea? I started the climb in 2021. It's 2030 now. just living through 2021 feels like 2030 epic. Like... camera. Here we go. Ooh. Look at that.
Life grows thick here, even in the middle of these dead mountains.
This is more than a little surprising.
It must be the presence of the dragon spirit that makes this place possible. Know that we should continue our search. The dragon cannot be far.
I mean, I would assume, yes. That's cool, though.
This crystal. It is shaped like the heart of a dragon. I do not think we should harm it, since that could serve only to anger the dragon.
Well, perhaps we could use this heart to our advantage.
Know that perhaps...
Oh. Okay. Strange. Powerful beings seem to gravitate to this object. In fact, Wait, look. Other beings are present. Oh. Oh, crap. Oh, God. It's just dragons all watching the show.
I feel a great energy coming from this crystal. Dragonkin must be drawn to it and covet its power. They watch us for now. We must be careful.
Oh, no. That's great. Yeah, no, great. Please tell me more about these things. Oopsie. Another dragon, yep. The crystalline structure shimmers ever so slightly. Crystal shows signs of wear due to age, although it's difficult to see past the surface layer. There appears to be movement underneath. Oop, there's ore. Wait. Gotta go get ore. Don't know what we're gonna use it for, but let's get some more to use it for. So she specifically said not to attack it, but it's really only giving me the options. I mean, maybe I have to attack it to, like, to freaking pull it out, basically. That is really cool. All right. I'm not looking forward to this, but... Oh, wait, the cliff edge. Cliff edge. Every time you see the shambling mound behind me, I just think of young Frankenstein. Walk this way. Oh, God. All right, sorry. I'm sorry. Elder Earth Elemental, too. All right. Oh boy.
You dare to disturb me here?
That's awesome. Come on, camera.
Were I not chained to this deathless existence, I would scatter your shattered bodies to the winds for your trespass. Yet instead, you roam unchecked within my remains, like parasites. What promises shall you make this time?
You are the great worm himself, then. We have been looking for you.
You no doubt come at the heels of your masters,
really cool.
Though they are not present.
Masters, we come of our own will.
Lies! Why else would you be here in this, one scar in the earth, were it not at the command of the Ilfar?
Not gonna win a
I may
cinematographic
rest upon
Academy
the brink
Award.
of death, but do not think me blind to what transpires on my grave. You are here because you again need my help, though you always refuse the price. Did you think you could cage a power of the plains?
You don't
I will show you what it means to be caged.
Oh, crap.
Together we shall remain here, to contemplate, to despair, to rot. I have been here for millennia. How long do you think you will last, mortal?
This is madness. We are not the ones you speak of. No. Powerful being of shadow threatens us. We must be allowed to pass.
What shadow?
The King of Shadows has returned to this plane. Know that if he is not stopped...
This changes things.
Camera. What? What?
While I hate the Ilfarm, that is but a pale flame compared to my hatred for the
What?
King of Shadows.
What is this?
I have not heard that cursed name for a lifetime.
Who are you then?
My name is Nololoth Karagasant, but I know the weaknesses of the mind.
This is awesome. Like, just show this. Stop showing the stupid camera else.
You may settle with Nololoth. Once I was a
This monster model is awesome.
An ancient being of crystalline might. Once, now no longer.
Nololoth, you were the worm of legend that fought the King of Shadows.
It appears that we have a common enemy.
Are you or are you not of Ilfarn?
No, the Ilfarn are long dead.
Dead. Then my last shreds of hope go along with them. It is a wonder that the endless decades have not driven me mad.
Because, like, they could just leave it here. This is awesome, this model.
Thousands of years. I was promised a new life, and instead, I have been abandoned, left to languish in this insignificant crack in the world. And when
Yeah, I know,
eternity had passed, another fragile mortal appeared, no doubt seeking power. He called himself Armangero.
Oh, really,
and
Dunsel?
claimed to be of Ilfarn. He pretended to bring good news, that the glorious Ilfarn Empire had returned to restore me to life. But what he wanted, I will never know. He asked me questions about my past and what happened long ago, and then left.
Yeah, exactly.
If you are not of Ilfarn, why have you come here to torment me?
Your enemy, the King of Shadows, never died.
I would never fight it again, even if I could. And how am I to help, as impotent as I am now?
Impotent? I don't even need to pronounce impotent properly. We need to know what happened. Tell me about your battle with it.
For the mere chance of having a hand in destroying my adversary, I will help you. Ask your questions.
It is said that you came to the aid of the people of Ilfarn.
The people of Ilfarn said many things, as did their leaders. They begged, filled the air with promises of glory and wealth, and I listened. Whatever your histories or seers have told you, know that I helped because I was promised the riches of the Ilfarn Empire.
Oh yeah, see, I don't want to screw with that, Dunsel. I mean, it's annoying, the camera thing, but it's like not enough that I want to break the save when I'm this far into the game, you know. The people of Ilfarn worshipped you.
Worshipped? I am no god, but even if I were, it would not matter. The hearts of all things are covetous. Mine is not deceitful, as it were.
This is where we differ. The heart can be many things, I believe.
Perhaps it can be, but the answer is not important. What is important is that you are resolute, that you understand your reasons for the coming battle. The King of Shadows will employ doubt and darkness before the battle is even joined.
Tell me what happened during the battle.
The people of Ilfarn were desperate. Their once defender, known only as the Guardian, had been corrupted and transformed into the shadowy being that haunts you today. The King of Shadows was once the light of Ilfarn.
I already know about this, but...
I do not know his identity. I cared little. The history of your people is littered with many such lapses in judgment, granting mortals power beyond the control of the ones they are intended to serve. The King of Shadows was once but an ordinary mortal, a great champion they called him, but still as fragile as the others. He was made into a creature fueled by the weave, tied into the fabric of magic.
How is the Guardian corrupted?
Its corruption was not the fault of the Elf.
I mean, I already know this, so I'm not sure why I'm asking them this again.
The Guardian was built to protect
yeah, I mean, like,
them
this is,
from
it's like,
Netherese,
how did they think this camera was legit? This is terrible. Because the thing is, the model, like I said, is cool looking. Anyway, not a big deal. Not a big deal enough that I want to go back and
to challenge mortality itself. He absorbed all the magic
look at this. This
from
is
the
great.
weave to ascend to godhood, and for a brief time, the Guardian was stripped of its life essence. Because the Guardian was a creature of the weave, it needed a replacement to survive. Like all creatures, it desired life, so it drew from the only alternate source of magic, the Shadow Weave. The Shadow Weave is a potent but tainted source of power, and it was not long before the Guardian himself was corrupted.
Not so much, Coven. Yeah, actually, and the voice acting overall in this game has been pretty solid. Okay, how are you brought into this?
The King of Shadows brought despair, and the men of this land wailed loudly enough to get my attention. I answered the pleas out of curiosity. When I confronted the leaders of Ilfan, they saw me as a potential ally in the fight against the King of Shadows. Never before have I met a being as relentless in its devastation. It exists by drawing upon the life and strength of others. As I grew weaker in battle, it only became stronger. Shadow triumphed that day.
How'd you end up here?
Defeat. Shortly after I first clashed with the King of Shadows, I knew that escape was necessary. The Guardian of Ilfan was relentless. It fought me until I fell from the sky.
How did the Ilfarn imprison the King of Shadows?
I don't know their rituals or methods. The winds chose to blow
Is that why, Coven? Yeah.
that day. Ultimately, chance is the great equalizer of the planes. It is by chance that worlds are created, that gods are made, and civilizations destroyed. And it is only by chance that you may succeed.
So why are you still alive?
The Ilfan. I fought the King of Shadows and paid the price for my arrogance. When it left, I was but a broken shell on a lesser plane.
Yeah, that's true.
Atop this empty rock.
I still like the model, though.
I awaited the end. Presumably, your progenitors found a way to triumph despite my loss. They came to me and bound me with primitive magics. The years floated by like specks of dust in the still air. No one returned, and not even death could grant me peace. But many lifetimes later, they arrived. The Githyanki.
Isn't a name I'm terribly fond of myself.
I had a conversation once with men of the astral plane. They came with shimmering blades in hand, and desperation reflected in their eyes. Always it is about this King of Shadows. I have been deceived countless times by those it torments, and the Githyanki were no different. They came and pleaded for advice. Their pathetic cities having been attacked by your adversary.
The King of Shadows escaped twice?
In a sense, your prisons do not seem to be effective. Of course, mortals lack perspective and can hardly be expected to plan beyond a few thousand years. In truth, the King of Shadows had not yet left its prison. Slowly,
It was ripping open a portal into the astral plane.
This creature,
This
the King of
fissure
Shadows, is
allowed
terrifying,
it to
man.
manifest itself in an avatar, a powerful Nightwalker. The Githyanki objected to its presence.
What did the Githyanki want to know?
Many cities fell to the King of Shadows. Even in its Nightwalker form, the Githyanki could not destroy it. Sword after sword shattered upon impact, and more cities fell. The Nightwalker could be hurt, but it could never be hurt enough. Not with 1,000 swords. Somehow, the Githyanki had come to learn that I had battled with the King of Shadows in the past. They promised to restore me if I helped them.
You knew how to defeat the Nightwalker?
Did I know how to empower a weak race? No. I told them to turn their blades upon the growing portal itself, should they be able to locate it. The mongrels left with promises and never returned. I decided that either death, that of the Githyanki or of the King of Shadows, would bring me some measure of satisfaction.
Okay, so how does one fix a sword?
Your adversary spreads its influence by corrupting its targets until they no longer resemble what they once were. Eventually, all one can see is the shadow. It grows long and distracts us from what casts it. But a shadow can never become more than a weak outline. It may stretch and grow fearsomely large, but always must it circle its master.
Okay.
Your blade is no different. If the sword is to be made whole again, you must look past the pale shadows its broken pieces cast, and find the center from where the shadow emanates. If you do not, then there is no way in which the sword may be reformed.
My village, there was a scar on the earth where the sword was broken.
Then that is where you must go now, mortal.
I cannot go there, it's deep within the claimed lands.
It will be perilous, but I believe we can use the song portal from the Ilfarn ruins to reach the Guardian ruins on the outskirts of West Harbor.
I can see from your eyes that this is what you came for.
All right.
Now, I must
right,
ask
Drake?
of you. Always I have been promised recompense at a later date. Even now, my mind verges on insanity with the long years. For tolerating your presence, I make but one demand. Kill me.
You wish us to end your life?
This life is an abomination, and I am no longer
Right,
content
Hippo?
to wait for chance to rescue me from the void. I am ultimately at your mercy, but know that you squabble over nothing. My life ended long ago. To kill me, mortal, you must simply destroy my heart. Be warned, it attracts many beings of power that feed from it, as you have already noticed. My body is no more, but in its place, a new kind of life has sprung into being. My heart is all that remains. The last shreds of my life reside within. You may harm it now that I wish it to be so. Go now. I tire of
I feel bad for this guy.
everything.
Constantly giving people information, they never pay him back, like... Alright, well... Alright, let's actually save that under 2 things. I think that's probably right. I think that's probably right, Arudnell, yeah. But either way, it means that he's just always like, especially for a dragon, right, who, you know, thinks in terms of millennia.
Let us grant it sleep at last.
Yeah.
Hurry. Other beings may be drawn to the crystal as we speak.
Oh, great. Oh, Jesus.
These dragons have only rage in their eyes. Words will not avail us here.
Charming. Sigh. Can I... Are you hurt? Okay, damn it.
Enemies have revealed themselves.
Let us press the attack.
Okay, can I resurrect you? Thought I, oh, no, no I can't. Jeez. Do it again. Okay. Okay.
This one then.
Okay, got one. Okay. Critical wound. Let's keep one. Okay, cure critical wounds on you. What do you mean spell failed? What's wrong with you? Ugh. Alright. It's bad. Come on, near death. Keep on it. Keep on him. Keep on him. Keep on him. Got him. Woo! Get all this stuff. Alright, we're gonna save this. I'll keep one as a cloak. Okay. Now, before I do anything else... Okay, let's rest, please. Oh, that's why, because I had the wrong thing set up. Thank you, thank you. Well, my party is pretty sick now. Like, and sick as in good sick. Yeah. I had a feeling I had a shot at doing this correctly, but... Can I not destroy? Oh, okay. I hope this is gonna do it. Exactly. Sorry, Dragon Spear. They did not want to hear it from me. I hope this is what I'm supposed to do, is bash it. Okay, good. Rest in peace.
A creature with compassion. My last wonder before oblivion. At last, for the first time in ages, I am freed of my shackles. Free to move.
It worked though,
towards
Sparkly.
death once again. It feels right.
All right. Crystal Heart Shard. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that was obviously the right thing to do. Okay. Oh, and we leveled up also. All right. We're going to give that stuff over to you, Eleni, for identification purposes. Compassion. I'm not going to have any compassion for black dragons that came down there, whatever. I have compassion for him. He's been there for years. They were just, like, hanging out with the cool kid. Ooh, Kingslayer, huh? Negative 1d6 plus 3 on hit. Doom level 10. Wow. You defeated Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Yeah.
And I only did it because he wanted me to, you know, like, ultimately. Yes. Okay. Ring of 9 lives. Demon blood, that can go to Kelgar. Amulet of natural armor plus 4. Does anyone have a natural armor plus 4?
Everyone, follow me.
How can I help?
Oh, look at that.
Make your path mine.
Nishka.
How can I help?
Nice. Nice, nice, nice. I will happily take that 29 boost.
Yes.
What? I'm talking about compassion for these, you know, they wanted to hang around because, like, what? Because they're punk kids or something?
Follow me and quickly.
And also, why would that have any effect on you?
Yes.
You are not Black Dragon Mage.
Yes.
And, you know, look, Dragon Spear, you know enough to be able to want to protect your own kind. These people were not getting the job done, you know? Those poor troubled youths. They were some punk kids, and, you know...
Follow me and quickly.
Okay, I think I have a lore potion. It should allow me to... Thought I had a lore potion in here. Yeah, I do.
Yes.
Ring of Elemental Resistance. Okay. And this one? Both of them are elemental resistance.
I am
have
listening.
resistance. Major fire resistance.
Yes.
Follow
Okay.
me.
Make your path mine.
Everybody, follow me.
Okay, that gets sold.
Yes.
That gets put to you. You are going to put that in your bag for later potential use if needed. And you're selling all that. And that goes back to you.
Yes.
You are good with what you have. And...
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I betrayed that red dragon. Exactly, Golden Drake. And that's coming from Golden Drake. That's coming from Golden Drake. Shadow Mage is the king of shadows. Well, it does fit. Listen, if Golden Drake... This is the thing, right? If you watch Tyranny of Dragons, you saw that dragons have problems with their own kind that, you know, they have to clean up their side of the street. You know, like, dragons are like, listen, these dragons give us a bad name.
I am listening.
Make your path mine.
So those black dragons were causing no problem. They were making this poor, you know, poor innocent Nololoth here. Not exactly innocent, but you know. They were making him suffer, and that's just wrong. Yeah, exactly. The dragon first betrayed me. Oh, listen, everybody on that mountain deserved to go, okay? Everybody on that mountain was bad. They all wanted to betray me. Can't blame the scorpion for its nature. Yeah, so they say. All right, so Neverwinter Night. Let's see, at first level. Yeah, this actually, I don't need any more from the Neverwinter 9. I like the ally stuff with that, but I want to get to this thing where I have the Arrow of Death. Okay. Arrow of Death. And let's see. Okay. Improved critical. Alright, I already have rapid shot, so that's not... It's too bad that that doesn't stack and make it even more powerful or something. Okay, I already have weapon focus. Improved favorite enemy, outsiders. That's actually what I'm likely to do. Okay, let me just put that into my skills. As a small... is honest about its feelings of hunger. Seeker arrow, okay. And then... where's that arrow of death? If damaged by the arrow, to make a fortitude save or be slain. Okay. Right.
Yes.
Level up. Let's go. Classic Kelgar. 2 skills. So we're going to taunt it up and we're going to parry. That's what we do with him. Oh, he's got a hammer now, too. Yeah, alright. So, what I have to do is... Warhammer. All right. The hammer, it is a warhammer that is the hammer of Iron Fist, right? The hammer of Iron Fist is, I assume, a warhammer. Is that fair to say? Are we clear on that point? Those of you who have played this before, that a warhammer, that it indeed is it's a peace hammer. Yeah, cute. Very cute. Oh, that's right. I get 2 feats. Alright, good. I just want to make sure it's a warhammer. Alright, good. Can't get all the way up to what I had with the other, with the greater focus, but the improved critical and the weapon focus, that will help a lot, since he's going to be using that probably for the rest of the game. Blonde to Peter Gabriel. Yeah, yeah. You could have a sweet train if you just lay down your tracks. You could have an aeroplane flying if you bring your warhammer back. Let's see. Okay. Augment healing. Greater spell penetration is quite possible. The $500 per price tag.
Yes.
Okay, Eleni. Eleni, it has happened to me. Okay. Diplomacy, heal. Let's see. Yes on spot. Just more heals. Okay. So we've got that. Let's see. How are we doing on this part? Oh, right. The Oaken Resilience. This actually is going to be, could potentially be very, very useful. So I'm going to go with that because she uses Wild Shape quite a bit.
Yes.
And Nishka. Yeah, although that's true. Although Lamb Lies Down on Broadway, man, is a great album. I know that that's one of the things that eventually broke them apart. But I would still argue The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway is great stuff. I mean, obviously it's funny because after he left there and Trick of the Tail and everything was really good, so it wasn't like, it felt like they didn't miss a step at first. And then they obviously moved in a very different direction. But yeah, Digging in the Dirt is a great, great song. Great song. And Salisbury Hill is one of my favorite songs of all time. Which I think is right after he left Genesis, or was about to leave Genesis, is when Salisbury Hill came out. Such a cool song. Okay. Right. I also need to do that.
Yeah?
That's funny.
Make your path mine.
Make your path mine. Uh-huh. That's what I thought. Level 8. Mass heal, mass
I am
heal.
listening.
Okay, level 8. Level 9. Okay.
Make your path mine.
Yes.
I am listening.
Alright, let's rest one more time. Okay. Now we've got, I think, just about everything we need. So I have to go one of the Ilfarn ruins and use the song path to transport to the Guardian ruins next to West Harbor. Even the sort of claimed lands reminds me of Mass Effect and the Reapers and everything. It's very funny. All right. Ilfarn ruins. Okay. All right, because what we're going to do is we're going to go... I want to just get to the Ilfarn ruins, and then we will stop for the night. And then the next session is going to be of Neverwinter Nights 2 complete, is going to be reforging the sword, and then going to find... what's his face? Then going to find the King of Shadows. Trying to get into the Vale of Myrtleane to find the King of Shadows and finally destroy him. So... It's interesting, though. This game is going to end in a very different spot than I would have expected at the very beginning. Very solid main campaign. Far better than Neverwinter Nights 1's campaign. Oh my god. Not even close. As irritating as the first 8 hours or so, not irritating, but like sort of just a bunch of horde of like nothing enemies, game really picked up after that quite a bit, as had been predicted, so... And then we'll get to Mask of the Betrayer, which everyone tells me is amazeballs, so... Yeah, Arabet's a cool character, and there's... But you know what I mean, Hippo. Neverwinter Nights 1 main campaign is not good. Yeah, reforge the sword, get Aragorn to command the army of the dead. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it did, but it was lousy. The main campaign was lousy. The mods and the things around it were fine, so... Oh, I see, yeah, okay. Ilfarn ruins. I think here, right? Yeah. Delete this. Delete that. Okay. Like the new Suicide Squad? Yeah, I heard about it. I just have no interest in Suicide Squad. The whole concept has never interested me at all, so... But I'm glad that it's better than the original, because I gather the original was... not good. But isn't the new one like a reboot though? From a certain NPC? which NPC are you talking about, Renaud? Are you talking about Bishop? Who is obnoxious? But I haven't even kept him in my party most of the time. Know that I can open the song path to the ruins of the Guardian near your village of West Harbor. But our arrival will place us deeper than the lands claimed by the King of Shadows. Anything living entering his lands will be slowly drained of life until nothing remains. This means we have little time to travel to West Harbor into the Scar. We cannot delay and we should not stray from our goal. Are you prepared? Okay, hang on a second. Arvin and Arvon. Okay. Okay.
We are here, yet I do not feel the effect of the King of Shadows as I thought.
Any idea why?
If I were to hazard a guess, it'd be the ruins covering our heads.
Whoa. These are the Guardian Ruins? Okay. Interesting. Oh, yeah. The bishop character is... yeah. I mean, look, even when you say hi to him, he's just like, yeah, you know? Hunger of the claim lands will be powerful once we leave this place. Be prepared. I can't even feel the mare around us at all. The claim lands have almost silenced this place. Alright.
This place is still. Even the air hesitates in its crawl. Where the blade was shattered, the land will be marked. That is where we must go if we are to make the Blade of Gith as it was.
Rude, no. I don't have enough shards to make it complete.
The Blade of Gith is not simply a thing of pieces. When you bring the shards together, your will is what makes it complete.
Ruins.
Nothing else. I can guide you, help focus you, Kalakcha. But the way will not be easy, and the dangers will not be physical ones.
Why here?
The reasons are twinned. The scar on the land, your village,
I love that she's like, let's keep having this
some
chat.
of the blade's strength. But the scar also lies within the domain of the King of Shadows. In remaking the blade in such a place, you give the Sword of Gith a taste of our enemy. And once Gith's blade has tasted the essence of a foe, it never rests until its enemy lays dead before its master.
That's my plan. Yeah, man. Constitution decreased. Oh my god. Okay. Arv in. Arv reforging sword. The scar. Sunken bridge, and that's us. Okay. Oh, look at the con hit. Oh my god.
Yes.
That is a huge con drop. Good god. Wow. All right. Well, that is cool. We will deal with that. Yeah, that's right. We will deal with that at a later point. The next session, we will have a chance to play more of this, and we will reforge the sword, and then it's going after the King of Shadows himself. So we are closing in on the end, folks. We are in the end stages of this. 65 hours. You know, when all's said and done, the main campaign will probably have been about 70 hours or so. And then, you know, I don't know how long Mask of the Betrayer is, but you figure that's got to be at least another 25. So that's a lot. I've definitely been impressed. It is good value, I would say. Good value for your money. But that, my friends, is going to be it for us today. This was great. We got in a good long session today, about 5 hours and 20 minutes or so. Actual play time was probably, you know, close to 5 hours or so. So we got a lot of time in, which is great. And I had a great time, and I really just am really enjoying this game so much. It really has been great. See you, Classic Core. Thank you, as always, for stopping by. I'll talk to you again soon. But that is going to do it for me. And we had a good turnout tonight, so it was great to see that. And yeah, everyone is excited about Mask of the Betrayer, including me, because I've heard all the good things about it. So apparently, if I'm liking the main campaign, my understanding is therefore that I should just get ready to just fall all over myself in amazement at how great Mask of the Betrayer is, because everyone tells me it's amazing. So I look forward to trying it out and giving it a shot. So that's going to do it for me. I do want to remind everybody that we will be back here tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern for more of the Speculate Twitch joint campaign of Blades in the Dark, Case the Cindered Seal with Brandon O'Brien and company. So you will see that wonderful crew tomorrow. Then we'll be off on Monday, and then Tuesday we will be back here for some Adventures of Middle-earth, and I'll be over on GOG playing some Solasta. So that's what the deal is going to be. Yeah, I've heard just great things about it, so I'm excited for that, Rudnell. So that's what we got going on Tuesday, and then again, more Esper Genesis and Eberron at the end of the week. There may be a bonus stream thrown in somewhere here, in which case I'd probably do more Neverwinter Nights 2. Otherwise, Neverwinter Nights 2 Complete is going to be next coming up in a couple of weeks, because I've got some tabletop coming up here, but we will get some more of it done in the month of August. And as I say, it would be actually really cool if I could wrap it in August and then start Mask of the Betrayer starting in September, and see whether or not we can wrap up Mask of the Betrayer by the end of the year. That would be cool. Okay, see you, Rudenell. Thanks, man. Always a pleasure. Exalt Raisins. Yeah, Mask of the Raisins. That's just my luck, right? But that would be I would love to be able to get through that and finish up with Neverwinter Nights, and then be moving into the Saboteur, which I don't think is super long, and then Frostpunk, which is completely reliant on whether or not seeing on whether things go way off the rails or not. I don't know. And then Final Fantasy Tactics, which I've never actually streamed. I'm still playing around with this. It is my favorite game probably, and I have wanted to stream it, but it also shows up on Twitch a lot. And so I don't know whether just me playing it on stream, I don't know whether it's a good use of stream time, because I have other games I want to play too. So I'm still a little bit up in the air about that. I know I'm finishing Neverwinter Nights 2 Complete plus Mask of the Betrayer. Then I'm doing the Saboteur, and then I'm doing Frostpunk at some point. Then I don't know, because things are a little bit up in the air. There's 4 games that I could choose among. 3 of them I'll tell you are Tactics, God of War 2018, and then Fable, The Lost Chapters. The other one I want to save as a surprise for one particularly prominent member of the community if I do choose to go further and do that. So we will see. But in any case, that is down the line for after we finish with Neverwinter Nights 2 Complete. If you like what you saw and heard today, please make sure to follow the channel. Please check out my YouTube channel with !ArvTube. Discord is !ArvCord. Twitter is !ArvTweets. Please sub to me, by the way, over on that YouTube channel. It's free for you to do that, but it really does help me. And we've had sub numbers are building up there, and we want to get that to 1,000 if we can, because that will help monetize the channel and allow me to have some wiggle room in terms of Twitch with YouTube. So I would love it if people would be willing to do that. Of course, the website for all of this is arvanelleron.com. On the financial side, !Arv Shop for the merchandise area. !Arv Treon is the Patreon. 21 patrons, $198 per month. Trying to pull that back over 200 and keep heading in the north direction if we can. That would be lovely. Allows me to get a lot of cool stuff for the channel, like some of the things that you now see laid out here. And I would love to be able to show more of that and do more of that and all that kind of good stuff. But that only happens if I'm able to get that support. So please consider jumping on board. Yeah, no, Dragon. You are a prominent member of the community, but it is not for you, I'm afraid. You already got your null fix. You know the drill with that. So anyway, we've got that going on. Then we've got, of course, the sub button. You can always subscribe to the channel. A couple of you did that today. Allows you to get those custom sub badges and emotes and all that kind of good stuff. You can get inspirations to help the players, both with the Patreon and with subscribing, so think about that. On the publishing side, Icarus is my award-winning Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts. Library is Tales and Tomes, The Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment, and both Athos and Alligator Alley are involved with my Greyshade Kickstarter, Greyshade KS coming up soon. In answer to the question about Legacy of Dragonhold, Miranda, that is happening later on this month. We're going to be doing D&D with viewers, and I'm definitely doing Legacy of Dragonhold there. I don't know if we'll finish it, but I want to get a long session in, if I can, of it, so that we can hopefully wrap up Legacy of Dragonhold by the end of the year. I have another campaign. I actually have another thing geared up for what I'm going to play with chat next, which is called Into the Unknown. It is a 5e, basically solo adventure that I think I'm going to play with chat. I backed this on Kickstarter a year ago, and it is just about a year ago, a little less than that, 11 months. And so it's finally come out in PDF form. Very cool, a lot of cool different aspects to it, and I'm excited to play it with chat in our own inimitable way. So we will see how that all goes. So yeah, that's what's going on with that. And of course, as always, !BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives, and !Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention, very important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. Now, with that said, we are going to do a raid tonight. We didn't do one last night, but we are going to do one this evening. And let me just double check quickly in seeing. Okay. Let's see. Oh, I know who we're going to raid. I know who we're going to raid. Okay. Yes. Cool. All right. I know who we're going to raid this evening. Now, you folks know the way that raiding works. No, nothing to do with Into the Unknown. No, it does not, Rock God. Great song, but it does not. Okay, if you are not a sub, you're going to do this. The Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are a sub, you're going to do this. Arvanauts have landed. You got Arvany hype. You've got Twitch raid. You've got Arvany roar, Arvany woe, Arvany what, Arvany witch, Arvany love, Arvany blown, Arvany smug, all of the Arvanys you can do when you were brought over auto-magically to this place. Good for you and good for the channel and good for the channel that we're raiding as well if you can do that. So please stick around and do that if you can. I want to thank my wonderful mods. I want to thank Dragon Spear, Rock God, Shadow Mage, Covenant of Lenora. I know Arudinel was down for a long time and went to bed. Best in the business, all of these mods. So thank you. Thank you. I want to thank my wonderful subscribers, Dragon Spear, Rock God, Shadow Mage. I want to thank Arudinel. I want to thank Echo. I want to thank Cat A Canary, Classic Aura, Commander Dunsel, Lone Wolf, Mrs. Dunsel, and Prince Justin. I want to thank my wonderful regular viewers, so to speak, as well. Anthony, Boston Bully, Chat Fantastic. I want to thank Crit Twitch, Da Epic Quack. I want to thank Deviant Fish, Gigafrost, Golden Drake, 100 Player. I want to thank It's a Corinfine. I want to thank Marinda, Ms. Lenity, Omega Jep Orzen, Raidens, Slinky. I want to thank Stan Kubrick, Tom, Sparkly Wallflower, Thordex Mommy. What's up, Thordex? I want to thank TX Blue. I want to thank you, Christensen. I want to thank Unidentified Flying Pizza, V&K, Wenchkin. And of course, I especially want to thank the raid that we had today from Hatnix. So thank you to Hatnix and the raiders for stopping by. Most of all, thank all of you for being such lovely people. We'll have more Neverwinter Nights 2 complete coming down the line this month. Really been having fun with it. And of course, we've got more D&D shenanigans coming next week. But tomorrow we've got Blades in the Dark, Case of the Cindered Seal at 7 p.m. Eastern. So make sure you stop by for Brandon O'Brien with Valerie Valdez, Yoi Gawain Lin, Yori Casano, and Michael Underwood playing that awesome game. That's it for me. Stick around for the raid. Much love, folks, and I will catch all of you folks soon. Be good to each other. Have a good night.